Hello and welcome back, everyone. Hello and welcome back. How are you all doing today? We're jumping right back in. How's it going, Solar? How's it going, Sky Tigress? How are you two doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. We're jumping right back in. We got to get the quality of life of our beavers up because they have done some very serious work and have finally, I think, gotten us to the point where we shouldn't, maybe, have any more catastrophes. We still need to go and prepare ourselves for 30-day droughts. That's still one of the things I am worried about. Do a little bit more on the storage front for water. But we need to go and get their happiness way up. Gotta get their happiness way up. We also need to get over here and get into the position where we have infinite metal. Because right now we don't. And we're actually running kind of short. So we need to get on that. Again, I think I want to get tubes, but tubes are like really expensive. Yeah, and it takes metal, so I really want to get this metal thing set up before we start doing tube ways. But 2 planks and 1 metal for every single tile it's a lot. We have what we need for it. We've got enough metal for it, so maybe we do kind of set this up as we get up and go over here. We just need kind of an expedition route over here, and we can kind of sort it out from the rest. So let's get started. First things first, we have the science needed, so we can actually get this built. We can get that set up here, and then we're gonna want a large stockpile here. That's scrap metal. We need that for sure. And then now it all comes down to how do we get over here? I think maybe we just try and straight shot this bad boy over here and connect to this. That could work. Well, congratulations! You streamed every day this week, Solar. Yeah, thank you. As I said, we're finally back on track with the stream schedule, which it's been months since we've been able to actually have a full, consistent stream schedule. I'm very excited. This not only means A, do I get to play more games, because I don't really play games when I'm not streaming. B, I get to chat with you guys more often, because that's always more fun. I do like socializing and hanging out with you guys. But C, we can get through more games. We can play more games. There's so many games that have been coming out that I'm like, oh, that could be fun to play. And the problem is it's just time. Time's been the biggest, the biggest roadblock. All right, let's go ahead and let's get this set. Then we want this to be more or less as straight as we can. And the reason being is I think we're just going to use this as kind of like our direction template for us to, oh, actually probably, okay, I take that back. We're not going to go that straight. We kind of want to go over this because that bad water is not something we really want to play with here. Do that. Then we just need one more stair here. And we are now connected. Bam. Now just need to finish Wartails? Yeah, oh my goodness. We need to finish Wartails. The hard part with Wartails is it's actually a pretty long game. It's a lot longer than I originally thought it was. It's taken quite a bit of time to go through it. We'll start going back into 2 days of one game and 2 days of another soon, I think. Or maybe when we finish Timberborn here, we just go all in on Wartails for a bit and see if we can, blitz through that one. Try and just blast through it. I'm not too sure what the plan's going to be, but yeah, I do want to do more Wartails as well. We still have like 3 more zones to check out, I think, maybe 4. We have a lot of content in Wartails still to go through. And you know me, I'm a fan of finishing games. I like to finish games. I know there's a lot of streamers and YouTubers, just general content makers in general, that they'll play a game until they either get to like a repetitive portion of it, or they just kind of end up stopping. But whenever I'm watching their content, I'm just like, no, come on. You've already put like 40 hours into this game. You're 2/3 of the way to finishing it. Come on, man. You can finish it. I believe in you. And so part of me is like, I want to make sure you guys can see everything, but also I want to see everything, It's a big game. The big thing on Wartails is they keep adding content. I am stunned with the fact that they are still adding content to that game. This is wild. All right, let's go to speed 3. Okay, so we've got builders that are going to start working on this over here. We have 0 vacant jobs. Okay, I spoke way too soon on that one. Someone died of old age. But again, we have our population automatically being reset. And we have a lot of automation here for turning off jobs that aren't necessary at certain times. Yeah, with this being so far, it's a problem. But essentially, what we're going to do is we're going to set this up here. And then we'll actually... Hold on a second with this. Because remember, we do want to go ahead and get another one of these online. We do want to hook up more power. It comes through here. So if we were going to do this, if we put it here, that would be the easiest place to be putting it right here. Which all we really need to do is, what, bomb out 2 spots? We only need to dynamite 2 spots. We can do this. We do this. Not that one. And then we do these levies. And then we need a little bit of dynamite. The dynamite's going to be top priority here. Priority dynamite. We can let them go ahead and do this. So we'll go ahead and we'll attach it. We'll top priority that. Then we'll connect here. And then we can build more levees here. And we're going with levees because it doesn't cost planks. Just less work for us. For vertical shaft. Power to the vertical shaft. It's down here. We'll have to move the... Well, we'll have to move the path a bit here. We can go ahead and we can do this. And then now, that'll give us even more power during non-drought seasons. So during non-drought seasons, we should have even more power being produced. So we get that all lined up. Perfect. All right, we've got enough metal parts for now. We're going to pause metal parts. We have enough treated planks, so we'll pause that one too. We are going to want to keep going on metal, though. Metal blocks are important. We'll want to go ahead and get their automated setups, automated counters here soon enough. Frostpunk 2 also has DLC dropping in June. Yeah, we were just talking about that in Discord, and I've been thinking about Frostpunk recently with the cold winter, and I am excited to play more Frostpunk 2 because they had a base, like a general small update that they did with a little bit of content, but I really want to circle back around when there's like a lot of content so we can do multiple runs at a time, right? So that way it's not like we come back to Frostpunk every 3 weeks. Instead, it's we come back to Frostpunk once, we spend 3 weeks on it, and then we move on, right? Welcome back to Clear as Crystal. How are you doing today? You don't care about on books and games? Yeah. It's just you gotta like, I want to finish it. Although I will be honest, there are times in which if I'm consuming some content and I'm not a huge fan of it, I will drop it. I've gotten better about doing that. I used to struggle with that as well, in which I'm like, well, I've already gotten halfway or more than halfway through this book. I might as well just finish it, right? But after you sit down and kind of do the math and realize just how much media there is out there, I'd rather jump to something new. But for people that are making the content, I'd like it if they'd actually go through it. Games are different, though. We do a little bit of extra research on games. Sometimes if I'm not entirely confident, I'll watch, like an hour or two of whatever the game is before we actually start it, just to make sure I'm pretty confident I'll enjoy it. Oh, wow, we are blasting through water here. What's going on here? What's going on here? We're 15 days out, and we're already down to the lower reservoir space, and we had pulled some stuff earlier. What happened? They just added Fallout 4 to the Switch? Oh, nice. Todd Howard will put Skyrim and Fallout 4 on everything yeah, it's true. Why do they have to make a new game when they can just release it again, right? We still have plenty of water down here for us to drink. We haven't even touched this lower section, right? We're barely into it. So our water storage is okay. I would like us to actually be pulling more water, so we're gonna have to start playing with that more. We'll have to really make sure these guys are roaring. But we might have, well, we have enough food. We should be fine. If we end up in a bit of a drought here, it should be okay. It should be acceptable, I think. I think it will. And we'll find out. I wonder if there's a way I can raise up to another floor. More logs. We'll get there. But yeah, we've got enough logs. This stuff, actually, so long as this grows, even if we don't cut it down because there's no space, because it keeps this topped off, we should start getting some excess piled up. The tap guy can stop. We don't need him doing that. We got plenty of the resin here, so that's okay. Oh, that's right. We built these extra ones to try and catch us up because we were behind schedule. All right, there we go. Yeah, we can leave just 2 lumberjacks. Should be fine. We don't need 5. Doesn't mean we have a couple of spare guys here. So we've got them all on hauling. We can get them going on building as well then. There we go. Nice. Your niece and nephew love Skyrim. Skyrim's a pretty good game. I mean, let's be honest here. It's a solid game. Still a game I never finished. That's one I never finished. I played that on the Xbox back in the day, Xbox 360, and my file corrupted. And I just couldn't muster up the energy to go back to it, because I was nearly 100%ed on that game. There were just a few things I hadn't done. I hadn't actually finished the story, because of course, why would you finish the story first? You finish the story last, right? You do all the side quests first. I had done nothing with the Dark Hand, or the Dark Brotherhood. I had done nothing with those guys. I did none of that quest line. And there's just a few more side quests left for me to do, so there wasn't much left. So I've just never circled back to play it. It is on the list to stream at some point and play through it again. But yeah, no, what ended up happening was it was essentially my file was corrupted in a way in which the game would crash after about 10 minutes of playtime. So I could either save every 5 to 8 minutes, or if I got distracted and forgot, it would crash. So I eventually said, yeah, I think I'm done. So I just started playing other stuff. And just never circle back around to it. So I'm worried with how much water is left in here. We're at 13 days. We're keeping it at 17.5, which is where it's supposed to be. We're doing that by constantly pouring in more water. I would like to acquire more water. I think the hardest part here is just water acquisition. Just pulling more water in. Because the big thing is that we get more water from underground here than we do from the seep. And underground... The problem is underground, we can't capture all of it. And I just had a thought. We have this set up here. What if we put a fill valve here? Can a fill valve fill higher than its like default height? Yeah, if we go to unlimited, it can fill forever, right? Right? If we set it to infinite, it'll fill forever. I think we actually did drop this down to 0.5. Because if that's the case, we've blocked this off. We could actually set up a fill valve here and try and divert water. If we put a fill valve here and a fill valve here, like block this off and do a fill valve here, we could divert clean when we have good water. We can divert all good water up this, up here, right? And then we have to do a lot more engineering. I wanna have it where this goes into here, not flood this way, right? You play a lot of Disney Dreamlight Valley? I don't know anything about that game. I'm just off of the name. I'm assuming like, you know, Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing-esque, but Disney is my guess. All right, so we are underway over here, which means we do need to turn the treated planks back on. Gears are underway. We have almost enough gears, and we definitely have enough logs. Let's go ahead and turn this back on. If we could go and collect more of the water. That could be pretty amazing. We'd have to do this during good weather, though. We can't do this during a drought. I don't want to spread out the water more than it already is. Because it wasn't overflowing here, and it won't unless we block this here. It looks like it gets to 1 high down here. So if we built a fill valve here. We built the fill valve here, and we blocked this one. Right? We put a levee here. This should then be allowed to fill up and out here, right? I think we can give this a test, and it should be harmless. I think we can make this a harmless test. If it doesn't work, it's still going to fill. If it doesn't work, we can just go ahead and we can blockade this off and have it so it still fills this way. Right? So if we go ahead and we demolish this and make this urgent, and then we go ahead and just do our own levees. That way I can instant delete if I want to. Oh. I was wondering why we were having purples. Hold on. Where's that second detailer? That fixed. No more purples. Only me. There we go. Alright. So Beaver goes and clears this. Can I go fill out those levees? We're able to walk over here and get down here and get over here. So we can do this immediately. And if we open this up first, we just connect these paths. They can then come down here this way, and we don't need this walkway here anymore, actually. We can get rid of that. We can just get rid of these two, so we have 2 more squares of water in here. I think we'll probably do. We'll do a little more underground waterworks soon. All right, we still have enough water in here. We're actually really close to running out. Yeah, very close. But we still okay. So we'll still have about 8 days. So I think we're fine. Never mind. I was worried, but there's no need to be worried. We're fine. But I do want to see if we can do that. If we can at the very least have it be where it fills to here, that could be pretty cool. I mean, I guess the other option would be we could remove this and make this all levees, and we could have it drop water this way. Or build an aqueduct this way or something. We'd lose some land that we can build trees on. But it's an option. I guess. Realistically, I'd like to get over here. And the best thing to do that would be to cap this sucker off. Where's this come from? Ooh, Whoa, wait, hold on. Whoa, wait, hold on. Where's this coming from? Because if this blockage is removed, then it would go down here and then up here, and then we can just break this and block that and have it all go that way. We don't have to go this way. So hold on. We could do some beaver diving. Wait a second. Where's the bad tide coming from? Comes over here. Okay, so that pops here. So this is also from the same source. So if it overflowed here too, we could do the same thing in which it can just rain this way. It'd be really cool. Hold on. And it also comes out here. Does this hole ever connect to anything else? No, it just scoots over. Comes here, and then it goes this way. So it would go all the way to the top if we let it. I mean, it shouldn't because, you know, we'd be filling this reservoir down there, so that's a lower level, so it should never get this high. If it got that high, it would then fall into this. Wait. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Wait. Oh my goodness, there's so many other ways you could do the waterworks here. What we could have done... No way. What we could have done is we could have came up here, levied this off, blew this up, dynamited here, and then went underneath and dynamited this, and then went all the way down to the main source and just blockaded it, like here or something. Ooh, it's gone. Did we pump this thing dry? We did. Yikes. Okay. But we could do that, and then it would pop up here. It would pop up here and go down. And then it would fall down here. So those are both filled. Huh. So by destroying those two, you can actually have it like fill a lot more space. Kinda crazy. I don't think we have the capacity to do that. At least not now. I think going this route might be better. The only problem is we'd have to raise it from this level. We'd have to avoid this one. So what might just be easiest would be going down here. And then just blocking this. So it's coming from down here then. Okay, so that's the bad water source right here. So this source is the main source that's causing us problems. That's filling this area. Interesting. I think we kind of try and keep it simple. Let's not over-engineer this thing. At least not right now. Right? Like, it's really easy to overcomplicate this, right? This game allows for extreme overcomplicating very easily. Okay, yeah, we're completely out of metal scrap now. There's nothing over here for us now. We could push further and get metal from here, but... we're at the point now that we're here. We just need to get the wood material to build it. So we're just gonna focus on this. And we're going to pause all other metal consumption right now. Still getting scrap? Where are we getting scrap from? Maybe we were just hauling it. Not sure where from. From somewhere. Yeah, we'll get this soon-ish. But yes, we need to get this wheel going. Why are we not focusing on this wheel? For any of this. Let's go ahead and we're going to pause these. Well, we can let this one happen. No, let's pause that. We're going to pause most of these jobs for right now. So we'll get stuff delivered to them. But we've paused the job, so no one else should be starting work to come over here, right? Oh, because I paused it, they actually just go home with the material. That's awkward. Yeah, we definitely need more water for sure, Tekarok. Also, how are you doing today? Yeah, no, we definitely need more water. So that needs to be a focus. Right now, I just want this to kind of be our main project. Because in 3 days, we're going to have bad water coming through. Also, can't wait till he gets the tubes. Yes! So we're going to try and get a tube network to zip us over here. That's going to be the goal. But right now, I want to go and finish getting this this last bit of extra power production built. But yeah, I think the thing is we're going to put the subway tube here. The tube entrance and output's going to be right here, right next to the storage, right next to the mine. I think that's going to be the plan. Okay, so we've only got a couple days where this decays. Can we pick up these logs? It's not like we need them, but we should still take them, right? If we make this a top priority project, need 70 logs. You know, we can go pick up those logs off the ground. Let's pause these lumberjacks for a second. So we're pretty full on it. Let's get them to go and help with building. We can get that done soon. How are we doing on volume? 0.43. Okay, we're fine. We'll have water the whole time. Perfect. So the water seep's going to help us here, but it would be nice if we could just hold more of the water. And that's what this thing was for. So if this works, if we can get this build up to like flood here and then somehow get it down here, then we'll be in great shape. I think the easiest thing down here is just we could probably just blockade this, honestly. Yeah, we could literally just blockade this. One high. Yeah, let's just do this real quick. 1, 2, 3. Just do that. That should right there solve our problem. Just like that. So then we don't really need the dam or anything here. I mean, we'll still have the dam for when the seep is giving bad water, because don't want bad water down here. And so we'll do the same thing with this guy when we build it. All we have to do is get it to this height. So we need to just build the levee system one higher, I guess. Oh, achievement unlocked. The desert of the real. As the iron teeth, have a beaver be born from an advanced breeding pod and get injured on the same day. The desert of the real. So we had someone born and immediately got injured. Oh, well. Welcome to the first day of the rest of your life. Oh my goodness, that sucks. Bit of a rude awakening. Holy moly, okay. But yeah, if we get this set, I think we're good. So we need to go one higher, so we'll need to block this off too. I think we can do that. So if we then do levees here. Do the majority of this work out of logs. 2 wide should be enough. if we do this, delete this. Our log production is like really, really solid, so I'm fine with us just burning through logs, honestly. Let's go make sure everything else is currently set up right. Yeah, so if we get it set like so, for the here and now, I still need this. I still need these removed for the moment, so that as this still goes right now, it'll still prefer to drain here. I need a place for this to drain too. I guess we can make this a dam. Yeah, until that's stopped. We still have to be a little careful about that. But yeah, then we're at this level here. And so we can fill to this point. So I'm tempted to just make this levees instead of platforms now. Just remove them. We only need to go up 2 levels. So realistically, we only need to do that. That's fine. Yeah, so the bad tide right now is flooding down here, and we want it to go this way. These are going to be the higher priority ones, just so it's less likely to backflow as we start playing with water here. They are working on these, though, so this should stop soon. Yeah, so this should stop soon. Okay, so we're refilling on water. Water is good. All of our pumps are online. These guys are high priority, right? Yep. So we just want to go and grab as much as we can. Yeah, welcome to Timberborn. I know, right? It's a beaver survival game. We're here to survive. All right, perfect. So yeah, so this guy is now producing an extra 100 and change. Not a lot right now, but, you know, let's get up to 200-ish. It'd be nice if it was, like, more power. Maybe we can persuade it with a couple more levies here. This one will start going in a second, too. There we go. Our output is now way ahead of the demand. We're just going to run off of just these for now. Oh my goodness, they're supplying an obscene amount. It won't be long-term like that. I think it does, like, slow down. But yeah, during temperate weather and during bad tides, we can rely on these guys. It's pretty good. Levy's done, levy's done. Last levy. Make this a top priority. We'll finish that real quick. We're gonna try this. There we go. It was blocked. There's just no more bad water coming from up here. It's over. There's still bad water underground, it looks like. Maybe? Not too sure why this is still... Okay. I was like, I'm not sure why it's still tainted, but not anymore. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. So, now that that's done, the only other problem, again, is if we do get bad tide water, we want it to be diverted. So, if this is our valve out, which we might have to expand, by the way, that might not be able to withstand the output, we will need to get dams set up. So with that being the case, we'll put 2 dams here for now. So it can spill out this way. Yeah, bad tide. No, we don't want bad water. It does mean that this this whole section here is going to be potentially filled with bad water. Actually, no, wait. How do we drain from down here, though? Unless I, like, completely fill this whole space with it. I don't know how that's going to work. We'll just have it set for now, and we'll figure that problem out later. Yeah? We're not opening up this until we're ready. We'll just let this... We'll build this for now, and we can come up with a better solution at a later date. Get log work underway. Really just want to see our water levels get really high. I'm tempted to just make even more of these. Put them over here. Actually, we were looking at potentially just doing some platforms in here too. Let's just, let me just test something here real quick. It's 4 with an extra 1, right? I can't quite do a 4x4 in here. Let's just do a little test over here in a test field somewhere. Where's a flat enough spot that I can test? There we go. So if we had a 4x4, right? And then we used water pumps. I see the problem, so it doesn't need to be a 5x5 if we do it this way. But if we did... Yeah, so it needs to be a 5x5. So if we had a 5x5... we could do that. But I was thinking the other way around. We can make it compact going the other way. Is that a thing? If we... with a 4x4, can I just do... I can get 3 together. We could do this. No, we can't, because then that blocks this one. All right, I was thinking about it last night when we were streaming. I was trying to think if there was a way we can compact them. There probably is. I'm just not sure. Can't wait till you get an infinite power system made with pumps. At some point, we should be able to make some sort of long-term power loop setup. But we'll have plenty of power being produced, because again, we're producing still more power than needed. This is doing 300 and change, and this is doing 600. This is doing all the legwork. Doing a lot of legwork over here. So much that it's actually like up this. I wonder if that's going to make it go even faster. Let's go and up the priority there, see if we can get that done. But yeah, so right now during bad tides and droughts, or bad tides and temperate weather, we don't have to do any other power production right now. But saves us on logs. I keep pulling all the water. Put it at 1. No, it really does need to be at bottom, doesn't it? I just want to have more water in storage. I just want more stored water. What's going on with you? Needs power. Depth sensor says activate, but you won't activate. Let's switch over. Not working the way I'd like it to, but I'd like to also save any of the excess water we have right now. Yep, this stuff's potentially going to die out on us. All the bad water, all the corrupted bad water down here. So I'm wondering if we can just divert this whole system. Just struggling to drain it all? Yeah. Yeah, so we lost a couple of mangroves. You're right. It would be nice if there was an option to clear, like, dead stuff. Would be nice. Don't you die on me. Yeah, more of them just dying. Water level is still decreasing over time. It's flowing out fast enough. But barely. Anyway, we definitely have enough water in our reservoir to withstand this amount of time, so it's fine. It's relatively full. You know, we got like 1.5. So we're fine. But it'd be nice to go and get this set up. Let's see. We're bottlenecked on logs. We still have plenty on food. We have pretty much all of our resources set. We're pretty good. So I guess that means we can get back to doing metal working stuff. And we're busy building this whole waterworks here. We do need to actually pause these for right now. We won't be able to keep up with the output. It'll have it come down here and flood this zone. I don't really want to do that right now. We'll need to pause those, at least for the moment. Let's get that set. We need to get all these done too. Oh my goodness. Okay, so maybe the biggest issue is just storage. Some of our mega projects here are let's copy this flag actually. Some of our mega projects here are very demanding. We've got 8 spare beavers, so let's get a whole bunch of these built and have them go and just absolutely cut down this whole forest. Again, it would be kind of nice if we switched over to oak, so we just get more, but we should be okay. We can also come over here and grab these trees if we want to, these pine. If we get really low, we can go ahead and just pick up a little extra. 656 power output. That's crazy. Absolutely motoring through here. Guy's at about half-ish. Makes me wonder if I put a levee here. Would that increase this thing's output from 377 to 400 or more? Or will this overflow the system? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we do have the builders and the haulers online. Perfect. Okay. So reset everything, so give it a second. So far, it seems significantly worse. But it is filling. It's growing in speed. We're still short about 50 power. Oh, hold on. My only concern is that it's not going to quite work, right? It's going to overflow is my concern. All right, so we're almost back to where we were before. And right now, if we can just get a little more power, we can actually produce as much power as is needed. Okay, 377 is what we were floating at. A consistent and strong 377. Are we off by really just like... Okay, I was gonna say, are we off by exactly 7 horsepower? That'd be pretty brutal. Come on. It's a little more. 3 more horsepower needed. 2 more. I'm just hoping it'll stabilize above. Yeah, so it doesn't really feel like it's flowing up any higher than this. It seems like this is max height. Yeah. 376. Alright, well, we'll circle back to it, but if it's not needed, we'll delete it and at least take some of the wood back. And there's no point letting it just sit there. Alright, we are starting to work on this. Good. Get this set up, and then that way when this overfloods, we don't have to worry about it. That's getting worked on as well. This is slowly evaporating, which is grand. We're still pulling some clean water out of this. I don't know where the clean water... I guess the clean water is being brought in from there. We're still pulling some clean water out of this, so we might as well, you know, keep at it, yeah? Grab anything we can. 3,000 so far. Not too bad. How are we doing with getting everything else set up? That's fine. What do we need material-wise? A bunch of logs, which we have enough logs, again. Gears, plenty of gears. Treated planks, we now have enough treated planks. Let's go ahead and let's turn these back on. And those projects on. Extra gears, extra planks, extra metal. Yeah, let's just turn the tube station on too. Let's let them go ahead and build that too if they want. We have a lot of building projects active right now. And whatever they feel like constructing, they can do. Construction lacks materials. Can't get material there, really? Can't get logs? Doesn't make any sense. Why can't we get here? Like, we literally have a path that goes down there. Can't get all required materials. Very odd. We're just gonna wait and see what happens. I'm sure it'll get fixed later. Weird that these ended up dying off. Yeah, it's the corrupted water underneath. If we do end up diverting this entire flow by blocking this off here, we should stop these from dying from bad water, which could be quite nice. Those constructions aren't lacking materials, but the free haulers to carry them, since you have worker shortage. Okay, cool. Perfect, perfect. Also, hi. How's it going, Bernie? Welcome back. Good to see you again. Yeah, so we're looking at doing a mega project, a big project. We're doing a big project. We're gonna originally the plan, which was a great idea, was to block this off so we don't have extra water going in here, right? 'Cause why would we? We weren't using it. We weren't using the water that was coming in here. And it would end up having like a bunch of backlogged bad water. But now instead, we're gonna try and flood the zone here. We're gonna flood this out. Flood this whole lower area. I also want to go and fully drain this and just blockade this whole thing. I mean, we could just blockade the whole thing off. Because in that way, there's no bad water underneath here. Right? Because that's where I think this is coming from. It's from bad water coming from below. So I think we do go back to fully blockading this instead. But we're going to wait until we're on a good weather and we're done with this setup here. And the goal is to essentially have this fill and drain this way. That's more or less the goal. Have it drain that way. Which means we're going to need to change out the dam for a, whatchamacallit, a floodgate instead. So we'll have dams here to automatically control when there's bad water here, right? We might actually need more than just the two of these guys. But then we'll have a floodgate here, and we can have that go this way, and it might end up needing, we might need more space, but we have unlimited, so it should be okay. It just, this channel might not be enough, so we might need to widen it. We'll find out what happens. But I'm hoping this will work. I'm excited. I think it's gonna work. I'm not confident, though. Okay, so we have 4 extra guys that are available right now. We can get another builder's hut built if we wanted. Let's get more people working. It's an option. Let's throw a builder's hut up here. Ultra priority build. Just build that real quick. Employ these other 4. Have them help with building. Why not? But I want to have it where we can now, instead of having overflow go down and out the back and then out this river, I want to have all overflow of good water dumping in here. And then what we can do is we can have it set that then all overflow of bad water just goes that way, right? And then what we can do is we can then just keep this as a deeper aqueduct. So what we'll do is we'll then just blockade this output. This output just gets blocked. And then down here will all be good water. So actually maybe we do leave this open. Because if this works properly, then all down here can just be pure good water. Right? And then this would be all good water down here. And then this over here, actually might, I mean, our current build setup is here. But if this works here, and we can delete this, we can then probably do a quick run down here and blockade here or blockade here. Actually, if this is open, we can come from down here and we can just block here instead. It's only too high. It's not that bad. But then we have it so this is an aqueduct that we can just refill. So essentially, it fills up this reservoir, fills up this lower one, and then it fills up the bottom one. And then the bottom one is just drained into with dams. We just use dams instead of floodgates, right? And then we can just have pumps or something. I don't know if we're going to do that much work on it. I just want to see if we can get this, like, first things first, let's see if this will work, and we can help better flood this with good water, just so we can survive the 30-day droughts. 30-day droughts, 30-day bad tides are what I'm still concerned about. Okay, can we make this a high priority and just finish that? It's like, just needs to be, like, constructed. It's nearly done. It's 2 extra beavers on the job now. A little bit more building. We'd like to see. You can't reach anything. You can't reach anything. Just gonna drop those. Got enough lumber for now. Not enough for all of our projects, but enough lumber for the moment. Again, switching over to oak is what we're probably gonna need to do. But it's 30 days, and I just want to make sure we don't have things going bad in the meantime. So we still need almost 100 more logs over here. And then once this is done, we can start looking at tubes. Tubeway. We want our tube hookup. Where's our like central tube hub gonna be? We probably need to redo this zone at some point. So we can maybe have it set to where, like, up here is the tube zone. We can have this be the tube hookup, tube station. This gives us access to 3 tubes to play with. 4 actually if we use the left, and 5 if we use the one on the left front. Yeah, let's put one here. That's gonna be a tube station. And this here, urgently hauled, of course, can be whatever we're missing. What are people not seeing in their day-to-day? Not enough, really, still not enough roof. They're seeing everything else fine, but not enough roof. We still need more roof. Okay. Well, we can put roof here. And I guess we can put a roof here. It'll look kind of goofy. Well, actually, what we should do is we can put roofs here. We can save this for more build-up, but we can put roofs here. That's fine. People come down here so they can go ahead and eat their fermented soybeans and fermented cassava. So if we get roofs down here, that'll make them happy. So we'll get that built. Which, of course, is going to require yet more logs. Still doing a lot of processing on logs. Okay, only 40 left on this build, though. And maybe we come back over here. We just have so many things to build. 2 days until the bad tide's over. We didn't even run out of the upper reservoir. But again, I am still concerned about it in the long run. I'm curious, how long does it take until this thing turns on? Because we have this set at 0 contamination to turn it on. But 1.7 days to find out. Let's keep an eye on that. I am curious as to how that works. Then down here fills from where? Fills from here. From an actual source block. Okay. Alright, there's an actual node here for it to source from. Goes around there. There's a water source down here. Wait a second. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a second. There's a water source down here. How did I not even notice this from earlier on? We have an OG original water source down here. Way underground here. This is a snapshot all the way down to here. I don't think they're connected. Oh, wrong button. If we just blocked here, if we blocked this space here, and we blocked this space here, can we rush this water into this zone? Let's leave our main area as is for now. We can leave, okay, so what we can actually do is we can leave this as is and just not touch it. And we can test this off of over here. And if it works, we could be in great shape. Yeah, because this is clean water here. And this is bad water here. Does bad water escape anywhere else? Yeah, it does. It floods out here. So it's not a problem. Oh, I didn't pay close enough attention to this one to when it turned on. Weird. It must have gotten up and high enough to then push it up and over. Because you can see it pushed out the bad water. Yeah, if we can do that, we can then fill this from that source and have that one go this way, and then we can reroute that one in a minute. But we can test it with a different source, so we're not using our one and only, like, super important reserved source for this. And this is blocked, so it's not going to be contaminated. And we have this currently where if it tries to output this way, we can leave a way for it to drain. We just need to finish these. These are now high priority. Get those done. Let's go ahead and pull that real quick. Also, I'd very much like it if we would prioritize the deletion of the dead mangroves. We could turn them into logs, but we're still producing enough logs for our jobs. It's fine. We've got the logs. Okay, we got everything. We just need to build it now. Cool. So, all right, excellent. So this problem is solved. The mine is almost active. We'll probably only have like one person work there for now. We got enough scrap metal and the like that we can just... I want to funnel people to other jobs. At least for the moment. Someone should come over here and do this in a minute. We have a bunch of high priority jobs, so it'll take a minute to go and do this. But yeah, look how far that run is. We definitely need to get tubes online. Tubes are going to make life so much easier for them to just dart over there. Yeah, there he goes. Get it. Do it. Oh, he's working hard. Hey, online. Nice. Bottom tier priority. Only one guy allowed to work here. Working on regular scrap. Efficient takes treated planks as well. Takes treated planks regardless. Might as well do efficient then. If it takes one treated plank regardless, you might as well do it that way. We've got plenty of extract. We'll probably get a bigger... Actually, probably can. It probably should get a bigger container. We'll build these two above average project. And then we'll go ahead and we'll get a bigger container over here. Because we have 30 metal, plenty of gears, and plenty of planks. Let's build. We're going to knock this down. I'm going to put this on this side. This side. I'll put it here. Maybe for bad water. There we go. Above average. Get that done real quick. All of our resources are right here. We should be able to build that one in lickety-split super fast. And urgently pick those up as you go. As your storage space. Alright, so yeah, they were able to finish this, so we shouldn't have anything go this way. This has been reset, so we're over pumping because again we're losing this water. There is, you know, this reservoir is completely full down here, and so it's filling, getting pushed around into the upstairs, into our upper oasis space, and then all the excess falls down, which we're not a fan of, which is why we're pumping this back. But this system's not going to be needed soon. Yes, this timer did not work. We're gonna get rid of that. Did not work. That treated plank, we can use it for else stuff. Alright. That's done. But we at least now have one guy that can work on this if, you know, we have someone working on it. It's 161 spaces away. I want to work on this, but I really need to finish this water project here. We're not hurting for metal right now, so we can hold off. We got to finish this project here. This project here is quite urgent. We can now unpause these. Unpause that stuff. Put it there. We can grab more lumber up here too. Let's go ahead and let's get a lumberjack up here. Top priority. Construction above average priority. We have a drought coming, which is again the one that we are the most afraid of. Bad tides are not as bad as droughts. Yeah, we'll let one guy come over here and cut these down. The cut zones we just don't need anymore. Yeah, we can get rid of this cut zone. This cut zone. Just in case, I mean, I doubt we're going to do any stuff up here, but if we ever end up in these old cut zones, just want to make sure that we're not suddenly cutting things that I didn't intend to. Get rid of that. Part of the cut zone. Yeah, we can reach it. Cool. Yeah, drought's coming up. We are slowly storing more water, though. So our water storage is more stored than ever before, which is great. We'd like to see it. We just need to finish this and we can go and do this work down here. And it being a drought is actually fine because it means that this area down here should empty out. It should be completely emptied out by the time Oh, no, it won't, because it has to get up, it has to bubble up in this reservoir before it goes out. Okay. I always wondered why this is like mixed water. We now know why. Yeah, so it'll it won't completely empty out. So it will backfill into this space, which is unfortunate, but it is the way it is for what we want to do. So we are going to do these. And these are going to be ultra priority works for us to get those done. And then once that's done, only a bad tide is a problem. Which isn't the problem. And then once, so yeah, we'll block this off. And then we block this off. And we block this off. And we should be good. That's all we need to do. We'll do that as soon as the drought is going and we finish this little build. Either or. Drought's going or we finish this build. Whichever comes first. Which looks like it's going to be waiting until the drought's done. Or the drought starts, rather. So I'm hoping this is going to be a relatively short drought. We'll see. We've got enough food stockpiled for now. We have enough water to get us at least 24 days, I think? Oh my goodness, look. We have raised it high enough that it's green up here now. This pump is doing some serious work. This pump's really getting her done. This is great. So it has raised into the 3rd level. That's awesome. So we must have had a slightly longer temperate period than normal. Yeah, 8 days before it hits. So 5 days before the warning. Pretty good. All right, 25 or less, please. 16? Awesome. No problems. We can do 16. 16 simple. 16, we won't even run out of what's in this reservoir with 16. Okay, we're almost done with this project. We're gonna up that construction project priority because this is above average. Just make this higher. We can have this one lone beaver that had no job come over here. He can start cutting down these trees. And I was just talking about, you know, we're in a situation that if we need more trees, we got a couple places we can just go and cut some trees. Let's just go ahead and get this one too. Another guy on that. Okay, we have no power production now. So we do need to turn these back on. No, what this means is we can actually automate this off of good weather. No. Bad weather. No. We want it to be on during droughts. So we want this on drought. That's what we want. Okay. So these guys will only be on during droughts. During regular, which means we might have a little bit of stagnation during switching. That's fine. But during bad tides when these guys are running, and during temperate weather when these guys are running as well, we'll be good to go. Yeah, so it looks like we could have done this blockage here if we wanted to do that. So the thing I really like about this map, is the more I'm understanding the makeup and range and like how this this map sets up. Oh yeah, that's right. We need to go set this up. It said range because I was looking at this and it said range. But the more that I'm learning about the orientation and where like the different things are on this map, the more ways I see we can solve this problem. There's a lot of different ways we can solve this, depending on how we want to do it. We're kind of more or less locked into our current setup. It would be a lot of work for us to go and change this up like dramatically, so I don't see much of a reason to do so. So I think we'll hold on to what we have, but there's some crazy stuff we could do. We're pulling in as many extra logs as we can here. Let's go ahead and get a staircase down here. I'll let him go all the way up there. Work on that. There we go. Okay. Logs coming in. We're good to go there. Let's actually pause. Yeah, we'll pause one gear and one plank maker. We'll just let us store a few more logs here as we go. Realistically, we don't need anyone making planks, but I don't want to turn off both and forget. We've done that before. We've done that before, and it's caused problems. All right, so this is now filled. So we have the dams for just in case. Otherwise, everything at this level, right? If we cut to just this level, so it should fill to everything at this height. And it'll give up by going out here and going out here. And that's how that should work. So this is done. So now, if we go underground, yeah, it's not moving anywhere because the output is above ground up here. So it'll end up being pushed out that way, but we can block this. So now, we have our new project. We are going to go to 1 speed. There's a structure on top. Okay, I was like, why can't I delete that? So we're at 1 speed. We are now going to delete this. And this. And this. And it won't get into our main reservoir because this one's blocked off. But it will let it get into here. We have ways to decontaminate our beavers finally, so that's good. And now we need to get here and build this. So let's pick that up. So unfortunately, we are going to be absolutely flooding this area for a little bit, which is not ideal. But it'll be fine in the end. Don't worry about it. We can go up to speed 2. Yeah, so it's already getting up to the 2nd floor here. It continues to fill here, and it's filling here as it all drains. And it's draining in from both sides, too. It's draining from over here. So it's a lot of draining. It's now filled up all the way down here. We're coming all the way up. I don't think it can come all the way up, though. Not until we blockade this one, because this hole is lower. Right? This is on 2. Yeah, so it can't raise any higher. This is as high as it can go. So we can't flood ourselves until we blockade this, which will be the last thing we blockade. Back to full speed. I just need a couple of beavers to come down here and get this job to... Oh, it's more than a couple. We got a lot of beavers coming down here. We're probably going to have a lot of contamination problems, I'm sure. Okay, so we're on to the 2nd set. So the bottom one is done now. Get that out of the way. The bottom one's done now. Now we just need to build these upper ones. And then there should be no more bad water allowed in this way. And then all bad water being generated by this bad water source here will leave out over here. Which should overflow here and then flood down here to this basin. And from this basin, we'll just go right off the map. That should be fine. Huh. There's a blockage here. Oh my gods. Are you serious? So we could have solved our problem before by blockading this, breaking a blockage here, and then blocking this up like we did, as opposed to doing this. So we could have actually done it ahead of time. by quickly barricading here and blockading that. Kind of funny. Again, it's one of those things, is the more we're playing around on this map, the more I'm realizing there are other ways we could potentially fix our problems. It's pretty cool. Okay. Alright, so this should now be completely split. There should be no mixing and mingling down here between those. Where do these holes go to?
Hello there.
Don't really like how these guys go up here and then come down and spill out. Hey, Rude, how's it going? Hello, hello. Which I guess just means we blockade this next. Yeah, because in that way we don't have it escape that way. Because we have to build a lot of underground pressure here. We need a lot of underground water pressure if we want this to work. We're going to need to come all the way down here to do this. And then we'll come all the way down here and we'll blockade this one last. It's just 2. Yep. We'll just do 1 set to start with, and then we'll get the second one after. But we're going to have a lot of unwell beavers. We're going to have a lot of very, very sad beavers here. Sorry, a bit late. What are we doing? We're working on a underground network. Underground water network. I just learned, just today as I was scooting around and looking at stuff, that this is our main water source here. Right? This is where the main amount of our water is coming from. And then we have this spare water seep over here, which doesn't give us quite as much, but a decent amount. But what I've learned is that while we were down here and futzing with this, there's actually another water source over here. And I want to get more water storage for the 30-day droughts that are inevitably going to happen. And I just don't trust that we have what we need to do 30 days of drought. So we're currently going to try and... we're gumming up the works down here to see if we can get this guy to flow up. So we can start taking it. But don't worry if you're late. You know, the stream is 4-ish hours long. You made it even before the halfway point. We just want to make sure that as we build the water pressure, it's not going to come out like up here, right? Because, well, it probably won't. Not this one. Where's the other hole? I think it's this one here. Either way, I don't want to lose the good water. We've got 8 days to get this project built. So we got plenty of time. We're finishing up this blockade here. We have 8 contaminated beavers and 7 unwell beavers. Yikes. Nothing in range here. Have you already cut down all the trees? You have. Nice. We're going to rebuild this here. And we're going to delete that job. We'll cut down these trees too. Yeah, as I thought, we could easily catch ourselves back up on logs. We didn't have to do anything too crazy. I mean, steady supply down here, and then, you know, destroying a bunch of them up here is, it's fine. And again, we can go ahead and expand this guy a little bit further to get the rest of those down there, if we need them. So we got 2 sources that come from here and drain into this one. That might be why it's so much faster. Is it's actually 2 sources that are falling in here as opposed to just 1. Well, I guess because also this one's filling up and is going both ways. No, it's all going this way. This is the height. If we backed it up, it would go over here and then scoot out this way. But yeah, I'm really hoping this is going to work. And it might take a while for us to clean out all this bad water. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to get the bad water to work. So that's what we need to get and sort out next. With all this going on, how do I make sure all the bad water is drained? It might be floodgate related. I'm not positive. But we'll figure out the bad water mixing accumulation problem next. I guess that what it probably is going to be is us destroying down here and letting this flow straight out. So if we no longer need this lower aquifer, like if we break this and block this, and then, or if we break this and we keep the fill valve here, we can drain this if there's bad water down here. So during bad tide, this is open all the way. Delay like a day or something. I'm not too sure. Still trying to figure out exactly how this plan's going to work. All I know is I think what we've done is going to work. We just had this last one to finish, and then we're done, and we're going to need to wait a little bit for our beavers to stop being contaminated. They're currently in decontamination baths, reducing their contamination level. Birch tree over here. For that stump. We have one over there, and we have another decontamination chamber somewhere else. I think. We only have one? I thought we had two. Maybe we do only have one. In which case, we definitely could use another one. Oh, we can't pull power from here, though. Pull power from here, but we need to be raised. Put one here. And one here. Trying to see where I can squeeze these in, even if they're in like awkward locations, just connected to our power setup. It gets us two more, it just lets us have less contaminated beavers. That's what I care about. Just get our beavers cleaned up a bit after they had to go and do a lot of dirty water swimming. 3 more unwell, soon to be contaminated. Yep. They progress from unwell to contaminated. Building lacks goods. Oh, we're out of resin. Crazy. Alright. We'll unpause the tapper. Get him back to work. We got 13 available jobs due to 14 sick beavers. It uses a little bit of horsepower here to get this done. It'll take a bit to get the contamination down. Man, it looks like it's maybe 2 days of floating in decontaminating. Yikes. Not great. Was this not getting power? I need to get a little decontamination zone online. Is there a place I can just build a quick zone for decontaminating? I guess we can just... I really did make this awkward, huh? I guess we could just build one here if we wanted. Kind of far away, not exactly close by. But this should work. We set this up. And then we take a decontamination pod. Oh no, power doesn't connect from here. Okay. I need it too high if we're gonna do this. Power's coming from the side. So we'll just go ahead and we'll just do this. This is urgent. All builders get on it. That one is paused. These are actually lower priority. Get these done. There, 15 beavers that need to be decontaminated. And we can just leave this here once it's built. Either use it or don't. It doesn't really matter that much. I'll get that built. Okay, cool. Like, that's the highest priority. We got plenty of metal. We got plenty of gears. Planks are actually going to be our bottleneck. We're going to unpause these. We can unpause this. We can pause that. We aren't using any metal parts right now. This job's online. Nothing to do in range. Yep, you're done. Get out of here. That job's finished, which means we can go and clean this up from all these stumps. Clear all the stumps out. Ooh, don't do this. Don't break that down. If you do that, we're just gonna have to fill it back up. All of our hard work down here is gonna have it spill over. That's no good. Don't do that. Okay. So we're 1.7 days out from what I think is gonna work. And so if we have this guy just running and it's blocked up the way it is, I think we should start pushing clean water. And it should push a bunch of clean water through here. And if it just shows that this whole zone here is all clean, then we can go and block this off completely, and I think we're good to go. We're gonna have to deal with this mixed yucky water for a bit, but it's fine, we'll sort it out. Same as it is right now, with this being some gross water here. I'm actually half tempted to have this fully drain right now. We have enough water. Let's fully drain this. Let's get all the bad water out of here. Let's fully drain this really quick. I don't know if it's all going to drain within a day, but it's pretty much only bad water left. Let's see if we can drain all this bad water out. Because do these guys still fill with bad water? That one's blocked. And that one's blocked. Yeah, so there should be no bad water down here. It's only bad water in here because this was generating bad water. So if we blockade this... If we can... We have to get back down here somehow. Which I don't want to do quite yet. But if we can make this with a one-way valve, that would fix that problem, at least for the moment. We manually clear it later. Let's see if we can get as much of this water out as we can. We're still not close to the bottom. I should have started that like a little earlier. Try and clean out as much of the... Oop. Why are we dropping water down here? Don't like that. Okay, so bad tide. Off back to full. No. We dropped a lot of bad water, but there's still bad water in here. Not nearly as much, though. We dropped a bunch of it. Alright, so here's the thing we care about. This good water. We want to see where this goes. We want to watch this. That's the thing we're paying attention to here. We're good here. We are completely out of planks. Holy moly. Yeah, so all power is off until it gets hooked up. Until this gets here. That's what I was talking about, where there'd be maybe even a whole 1 day delay on power if we do it like this. I'm not sure if this is the best way to do it. I feel like it's not. I feel like it's a bad idea doing it this way, but we can survive. It's okay. I think contaminated beaver is still pretty bad. So this lower reservoir is still filling up. Yeah, as it's now filling this upper zone here. It's refilling this aquifer here. So, on the right side, it's at least going to be a lot cleaner down there. There's a little bit of bad water left, but for the most part, it's clean. We're pulling water, so that's good. This water seep's giving me water. Okay, and then... Yeah, look at this. It's all good water. It's all this good water flowing through. We even have good water flowing in here. Great. So we shouldn't get many, if any, contaminated beavers. We now blockade this. Because the good water is coming almost all the way to our staircase here. We need this to be an ultra priority. Get it done immediately. We want to get that done during the good tide and see what happens. See if this works. Gotta see if this works. We're gonna go full 24-hour shift real quick. Okay, power's coming through, so these guys can go ahead and decontaminate again. We're waiting on planks. We're building planks. Don't worry. Hang tight. Hang tight. We'll have planks. Let's get those going soon. We'll start decontaminating people. Again, some of them might just die of old age while contaminated, which is not great, but, you know, it happens. All right, here we go. It's already on its own pushing up to this height. That's before we even built the second level. Let's pause the center one for a second. I'm curious how far up this is going to go on its own. Because it's still flowing in. I guess it's just because it's restricted flow. It's not able to keep up over here. Even though that's at a lower level. Might be. Let's unpause this. Let's just get this done. But yeah, so this is now done, and this is drying out. So we can see this area is drying out. This area over here is completely backed up and should be... Oh. Is it growing? No. So it's outputting somewhere else then. It's not coming from here. You can see it's rushing here. So out of the main source, it's rushing this way. It's rushing up this one. Oh, this is the one that we blockaded. I see. And so actually, that means this thing's running even faster than it used to be. It's all being forced up this way. Okay. So it was half and half before, but now it's all coming out on this end. Okay, it's just turned into more output. That's fine by me. I don't mind. Man, our beavers are not happy. They're very unhappy beavers. Okay. So over here is not filling up enough. So we do need to go and finish completely plugging this. Okay, just 2 more to do. The problem is we have not a lot of builders right now because they're all contaminated. They're all contaminated and grumpy. We'll get them back online at some point, and we'll just have to hang tight. Building lacks power. You? Why do you want to run? Oh, I guess because we are in the good time. Still don't have enough haulers. We're going to set these to none. We'll need to get those filled. One guy on this. We got a drought coming up soon. We need to get some power rolling. We're gonna bring this down to just like 5 jobs. I mean, it's an above average job. I need people to help with hauling just so we can get power back online. 3 days until we have a drought coming in. You can see this actually drained back down. So I really want to get this done. I just need 1 more builder down here. Come on, 1 more builder. There he is. So you got the 2? 2 logs. Beaver spent too much time in contaminated water. It's fine for now, but we'll get sick in a few days. Okay. Not grand. Thirsty, hungry, needs to sleep, wants shelter. Very happy their fur is wet. Unhappy about everything else. Yikes. If he can deliver this and build it, which I don't think he will do. I think he's just going to deliver because he's thirsty. Yeah. So he's going to run back. So someone else is going to have to finish the job, sadly. Give that beaver a raise. Unfortunately, he decided to stop the job while still starving. What is this guy doing? I can't believe it. Oh my goodness. Solinaire, welcome. How are you doing today? Do you remember recording the hot potato? I did. Yes, I've got the full recording. I haven't uploaded it to YouTube or anything, but I have the entire hot potato thing recorded. That was a lot of fun. I had a blast doing that. Especially because I hadn't played with any of the DLCs before at all. And so I do want to spin back around and do RimWorld. I still need to do... we still need to do a lot of RimWorld at some point here for sure. Oh yeah, that's right. We're still doing 24-hour shifts. That's a good call. We should bring that back to like 18. Let's be kind. Be kind to your beavers. We should do 18. There we go. Okay, so I guess someone... Okay, hold on. Pause. So someone must have came down and blockaded it. Yeah, so it's fully blockaded now. All water is now coming through here, and it's rushing. It's a torrent. Look at it go. So there's a lot of bad water in here. So this is probably going to interrupt this setup here. As this fills, it's probably going to overflow the dam here, because I imagine this is going to go first, but it's still, I expect, to overflow in here. Yeah. And as soon as that contaminated water hits, it's going to cut it. And so this is going to struggle. But it should now, when it equalizes here, it should now be pushing this way, clean this back out of all the contaminants in here, and this should turn back on. We're not going to get much extra water out of it because of this, but hey, what are you going to do, all right? There we go. So this is now all clean, so it's pushing. And so we have water flow. Huge. Okay, so this is done. But as soon as we start draining it, it's going to do that again, and yeah. So we're going to get a couple pulses of clean water here. At least until all this bad tide water is pushed out, which will still be a bit. There's still some bad tide stuck in here. So sadly, that's going to be a problem for a while here. But what we can do, and what we probably should do, is what if we go crazy with this build, yeah? So we're into drought now. 19 days. Should be doable. But now what we can do... So if we go ahead and we block this in its entirety, right? Can we do this? Can I do... Man. And then we can automate you to be on during... during good weather. On during good weather, unlimited flow. Off during bad weather, unlimited off. Totally limited. And I think we might need more than one of these. But I think if we do this, now there'll only ever be like the slightest, tiniest, teeniest bit of bad water that's allowed through. And that's it. No other bad water is let through. And then we can, once we have that done, and if this works the way I think it is, because we're kind of using this one as our test variable here. If this works the way I expect it to, we can then set up the exact same thing on this one, in which we block it here with a valve out only if good water, right? And then we can delete these levees. And then we can fully block off this output here. Delete all this stuff, fully block off this output. redesign this whole setup over here to then being... We'd still need at least one gate for if we overflow, right? Yeah, no. Because then what we could do is we can block that off, have this set up here with one gate to let things out, get as many, figure out the optimal way to get as many pumps right here as we can. So then we don't have like these pumps, but you know where. And then we have the valve here, and we actually like. No, it's not gonna. Because the problem is if we let this through, it'll overflow. The thing I'm concerned about is us overflowing our zone here. Because if we get too much water, we can have problems. We need a way to clear out. So let's leave it as is. Let's just stay with us playing just with this one. See if we can get this one working. And if we can, cool. And if not, oh well. But what would be nice is if we could block this. Can't really do this during the drought right now. But during the good weather here, I think what we'll do is we'll break a hole through here to get through, and we can blockade this. So just stop, just so we have extra water in here for now. And it gives us a manual ability to delete whenever we want to open this back up, to drain for more water if we need it, I guess. Kind of like an emergency pocket of water. I guess we could use? I don't know. Maybe? Maybe. I'm just excited that this is working as intended. We've got an additional reservoir that's going to push into being an additional reservoir. The biggest issue is just the contaminated water right now. Alright, we're down to just a couple contaminated, unwell beavers. We didn't really get a chance to watch them all sitting in the decontamination baths, but... No. Let's clear those out. We don't really need those. Just leave them here. This is where they go if they need to go take care of it. In case of dehydration, break glass? Yeah, exactly. in case of no water, break glass. Yeah, so we should still have... They're sleeping. There he is. Yeah, he's coming on over to bathe. Get in the bath, buddy. Wait, is this guy's injured and contaminated? Holy moly, dude. That's no good. Okay, so he's almost cleared. There we go. He's back to normal. Easy is healed up. Man, he is a 75-year-old beaver. He's not going to die contaminated, though. That is very nice. We do like that. We do like non-contaminated beavers. All right, our stockpiles are looking really good. Looking real good over here. We got no one working on this. We don't really need much scrap metal right now. We're doing okay. I think we still have this turned off, right? We still have this. This is still on. Okay, we can at least go ahead and turn this off now. Next a bit of building. Only 2 jobs are not manned. One of the builder's huts is missing a person. Is that it? Yeah, builder's hut's missing some people, but that's about it. It's not bad. Got enough metal? Does that mean time for tubes? Yeah! I was just thinking we do tubes. If we're gonna do tubes, I want to get tubes over here. Again, I want the output to be over here and not like over here, because then it's faster to get from here to the scrap metal to here. Right, it's closer. Closer to our main storage. And now that we have everything we need, let's take a look at tubes. If we tubes over, Vertical tube. And then we tube over here with another vertical tube. It's a vertical tube. It's just more planks. It's fine. We got so many planks. We can go willy-nilly with planks. Okay, so if we're gonna come out of this one, tubes. Okay, now we just need to connect these. Wait, are they able to build tubes from the tubes? Is that what I just saw? Oh my god, that's amazing. They can just build the tubes from the tubes? That makes it so much easier to do. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Can they float off the ground at all? No, they're on the ground, but that's amazing. Since they can just build the tubes from the tubes, we can just put tubes wherever we want to put tubes. Huge. Okay. That definitely makes tube building a lot easier. It means we can just do this. You can just tube over. I wonder if you can build platforms from inside the tubes. Is this water source ever going to be a problem? It's dry. Oh, is this our... Okay, yeah, it's always going to be empty. I guess it's if we wanted to, like, blockade this back up and... Yeah, I don't know when it would ever come out here. That's kind of weird. Tubes can also lay in bad water and beavers inside don't get sick. Oh, it's amazing. That's really cool. Okay. Eat those. And the last bit of the tube that we need is a tube here and a tube here. And we do regular tubes. Ta-da! With that, we're tubed. We'll just let them build the tube as they go. Weird. So they don't even have to be adjacent to it. They just have to be in standard range. So it looks like it's essentially, the beaver is essentially covered in a hazmat suit and is able to just build within its general build range. So I mean, so that really does. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we could have started with doing tube way stations earlier. Nice. Well, that's exciting. Okay, so down here, this is now built. And it's fully blocked off. So we'll find out how this works soon. I'm hoping this works the way I want it to. I'm really hoping this works the way I want it to. Because if so, then we should only have good water over here. We'll find out in 9 days. Well, we'll probably actually learn in about 11, to be honest. We'll probably take an extra day to find out for certain how this works. But I'm excited to see this go. And we're still struggling with the mangroves. But we can actually, now that that's all been cleared, except for this guy right here. Because the goal is to essentially have it where there's no bad water underneath either. We're gonna have to figure that one out. High priority, get that just broken down. Some mangroves. Replant here and here. We can also plant here. This must have gone bad too. All that planted. And that way we can go and keep grabbing those mangroves. We also need to get coffee online, too, at some point, huh? You can get everything down here. We try and build a forester down here. Is there a place I could sneak a forester? I want us to have just like this full range, because this stuff here will never go bad. But that one did because of the contamination. But that won't be a problem anymore, because we've now blocked this off. So it's never going to be a problem anymore. So we can go here. Get a forester built. Oh, that's right. We actually need to get a... We can get a walkway to him. Yeah, don't worry about it. We can just do this. That's fine. And then we can go ahead and plant coffee. Plant coffee. Start working on coffee. Then we can get coffee going. Coffee brewing. Does coffee give them a bonus, or is it just like a little bit of them being happier? I don't know. Being able to build straight from the tubes is crazy. That is so nice. It's a little slower because of that, clearly, because I think they can only have one beaver in the tube at a time. But still, that's awesome. Oh, this now needs to be much higher than 300. Run that until we don't have any more to do. We can't make any more extract right now because we don't have enough people. It's awkward. Why is this off? Extract counter. Oh, it's because you have them in there because it's including inputs. No, no, don't include inputs. I want this container full. No, get back to work on that one. Work entrants are fine. We still don't have mushrooms, so we'll need to get mushrooms and kelp online soon. There we go. Coffee! We'll probably need to readjust how this is set. We're fine on berries. We get so many berries. Are we ever at a point where we have too many berries? We probably are running into points where we have too many berries. We'll leave it for now. I'm sure this isn't enough coffee, but, you know, get started. And like that, we just get rid of the forester. Done! Don't need any more. We'll rebuild them if we need them later, but I don't think we do. We're just going to clear this up if we feel like it. We still need to get corn online and eggplants. So we're going to have to go and re-chop and change this setup. We definitely have too much canola. That is very clear. We clearly have too much canola. So we can probably remove from like here to here. Probably remove that amount of canola. Well, that's weird now. Yeah, it's a little awkward. We don't really need this levee here anymore. But we can get rid of that, and it gives us a couple more squares of space. That's good. Instead, we'll go ahead and we'll just get a path. Okay, it's awkward. Sure. Just so that if we have to go and do any other building to like, I don't want to have to run all the way around to get... Actually, we can't get down here right now until we rebuild that. Yeah, I don't want to lock in water there. There's no point in doing that. And any water that's here and below, we don't have access to currently. So I would like to try and find something we can do to gain access to it, but right now the most important thing is just supplementing how much this water seep is getting into this upper reservoir. I think just with what we're doing right now, we're going to overflow this. I feel pretty confident that we're going to have to raise this by another level. Right? Because at this level is this level. And that's the same level. So we actually don't need to raise it. Because they share the same height. Okay. Never mind. Cool. We could then just raise the whole zone here by one more if we chose, but that'd be a little ridiculous. That might be a little too ridiculous. All right, look at this. The tube's nearly done. It looks like they are building from both sides. So he's running all the way up here. Oh, no, they're grabbing scrap metal. Grabbing scrap metal. No, here he is. There he is. Boop. So they are building from both sides. So, okay, so it is definitely beneficial to at least set up both if they're within, if both are already on a path. We might as well have both of them set because they'll build it in the middle. That's good. Hey, how's it going, Left Hand Luke? How are you doing today? Hello, hello. We're currently playing around with tubes. Tube ways. We get to see the beaver when he's in the tube. Yeah, no, we don't get to see the beaver, but more than one beaver can use a tube at once. I don't know how that works. 2 beavers went in here. I don't know how that works, but that's fine. 4 times in a row catching your stream must be a record for you? Yeah, well, we're back to our normal streaming schedule, so hopefully you can regularly catch 4 streams in a row. All right, nearly done. Too far to reach, can't reach. Oh no. Now we can. 2 away. Injured beaver. It's unfortunate. All right, we're 3 days out from finding out if our new water system is going to actually hold. I really am hoping it's going to hold. I'm really hoping it's going to hold for us. Come on. It's tubular indeed. Skippers, how are you doing? All right, last one. And we're connected. That's it. Bam! This guy got to work for the first time on the tube. And he's going home on the tube. Oh my goodness, it's amazing. Okay. So we can definitely start playing with more tubes. So if we're going to go and explore and expand anywhere else, at this point we might as well just only use tubes. Like if we're going to need to go and pick up metal elsewhere for some reason, there shouldn't be any other reason for us to expand. I think we've kind of expanded as much as we need to. It was pretty good. Did you do okay? Just fighting pose works for a drawing? Oh man. Good luck. Knuckle down, you got it. I like how it's designed too, where it's like it needs the structure to hold it. Because the rest are just kind of like held with like some bracings, just some plank bracings. It's quite nice. But if this works here, the way I think it is, we might not need this system anymore. We'll keep it for a bit. But if this works, and then we can build the secondary portion down here where we route this up as well, by essentially just blocking it off, we're done. Yeah, so if this turns on, we're good. So first things first, we can already tell is that water is not backflowing, so we have completely plugged this. It's completely plugged. We're good to go on that route. Again, I don't know if we need more fill valves. I don't know what the fill valve to water source ratio is, but I think we're fine with just one on unlimited output. I think. Has anyone tested that and found out if there's like a true limit? That's not quite gonna work. I think it's fine. This is also completely dried out, which is nice. But we don't want to open this up because then we lose water pressure. We need water pressure. And this here is slowly going to dry out as well, I think. Yeah, this whole zone in here is currently drying out. I think there's some bad tide water that can get in here. No. I think that lower section is just going to completely dry out. 2 injured beavers. Yeah, so we've got this for if we're ever going to do any other crazy works. We've got enough supply for hours and hours. 110 hours and it's completely full. We're fine. All right. So material-wise, we're pretty much completely full on all of our storage. So once this is done with this project, we're going to start working on happiness again. So we'll move over to food works again. Because we need to get these food processors, food factories going. And we need to redo storage, and we probably need to redo housing. So this whole zone here We might just be flattening the whole thing and rebuilding it from scratch. might be a bit of a mess. Is what might end up happening. But I want to see if we got this water sorted first. Because if this works the way I think I've got it to work, I think we're good against 30-day droughts and 30-day bad tides. Because we'll be able to fill that reservoir enough. I don't know, but I think we will. Okay, so really quick, we are currently not flowing over. The goal is to see it flowing over there and to see this fill up. So this is filling up. It's now full. We can't tell if this thing is working, but we know it's on. Oh no, we can tell it's working. Look, there's flow. There's flow rate, so this is working. You can see the water itself is actually moving. So then the final thing we need to know is, will this overflow here? Oh my goodness, it's working. It's going. It's working. It's working. Oh my goodness, it's working. So we still have a lot of bad water we're going to need to go through, so it's still going to be a bit of a problem. Still a lot of bad tide down here that I would like to clear out. I want to clear out this bad tide water because it's going to keep like messing with the contaminant here. But when this stops, it'll flow out and it should slowly bring down the overall contaminants level. So right now, this is still causing problems. But over time, as we remove this mixed contaminant water, it'll be fine. We are still out. Wow, look at how much it lets go through. That's crazy. Yeah. But right now, we could just put a levee here, so just all this seep water goes in here with less of this contaminants coming in. Because again, we have 0 contaminants tolerance. We could also just take all of it. Contaminants levels are pretty low at this point. It's working how I want it to. Let's go ahead and let's accept any contaminant level. We're going to accept all contaminants. So we're going to just tell this guy, don't worry about it. Unlimited. Throw all the water in. We're going to accept all contaminant level. It's very low. It's light contaminants. It's just a little bit of spice in our water. The tiniest bit of spice in our water. We've got a couple of days until problems. So we're just going to try and route all water down. It's probably not going to be happy with the fact that I'm trying to route it on such a tight turn here. But we're going to route all water over. And the bad tide water should slowly dissipate with evaporation. Tangy water? Yeah, a little bit of metally tasting water. Look, the water makes my tongue turn purple. Okay, so we just need someone here to build the last one. I always hate it when that happens. But once that's done, we should be going completely gung-ho with filling this. We might have overflow. If that happens, we can again manually delete a levee to solve the problem. But we're going to push all water in for a minute. Okay, this is now set. All water is now moving. Are we producing too much water? Yes we are. It's pulsing. As it pushes over this dam here, it's pulsing. So there's going to be some leakage and some loss. Ooh, I'm not a big fan of the leakage and loss of the bad water coming this way, but I guess we're just clearing it out right now. So it's just going to be what it's going to be, huh? Awkward. The bad water isn't making it to the reservoir yet. Well, now it will. mean, it is pushing all this extra bad water out, so I'm kind of okay with it. Especially if it actually stops here and just lets it all dry on land here, as opposed to actually making it in. No, okay, it's completely flooding. Alright, it's completely flooding. We'll get rid of this. We can stop the flooding. It's too much flooding. Bring it back. It did push most of that bad water out, though. That is nice. So we should have essentially full clean water here. So now, here's the question. Have we cleared out all the bad water? Let me click on the thing under you. Gracious man. Forgot. So this is back on now. Off? No. On? Yes. On? Less than 1% contaminant. Full flood. We pushed all the contaminants out. So we should be clear. Nice. Alright, so I think this is working. So if so, we can further set up this water. Because then we can just remove this dam, and we just don't need it anymore. Right? Although during a bad tide, it's going to backflow. Isn't it? Yeah, it's going to backflow during a bad tide. So that shuts this off, because we now have that. But the problem is no output from here anymore. So to avoid having water backup from that, and having that be gross water, we're going to need to have 2 dams over here. We're going to need to urgently build this. We've also raised this to high enough that 18 days is fine. Okay. Would it be worth putting a water wheel over there to generate some more power? Or is it too far away from anything? I mean, yeah, it's a little too far away from anything that we can really hook up that'd be beneficial. We could do something at some point. But yeah, you can see the contaminated water is starting to back up here. Let's clear that. Because as it evaporates, as water is evaporating, it's just going to keep pushing in here. So I want to block this off so we don't have bad water flowing in here. I'd rather it go down here. So to keep this place clean for right now, we're going to manually create a spill. And we're going to drain everything from this height. So I want to try and keep this water zone here clean. Which I guess, actually, hold on a second. It means we want to bring this up one more level, don't we? And then we can control spill down. Yeah, hold on. We need to do a little more engineering over here. We've got plenty of time to do this. We've got 17 days because of what we're doing. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get rid of those. And then we're going to need more levees here, levees here. Put the dams here. Levees here. And we'll just have this come up one more. That'll solve it. And that'll get this hole working properly. And then we want to break this. Break that. Push the levee out one more. We can build stairs here. And then we can build stairs here. And then we break these. Build the levee. And then we can do the walkway all the way around. They can get wherever they need to build it. Okay, we'll get that set. We're gonna make the hole. Yeah, so we're just gonna go and completely fill this up here, so that when this is going, this is all clean water here. We just have a little bit of bad water that's locked in. Oops, wrong button. We have a little bit of bad water that's still locked in over here. Not a lot, just a little. It should slowly evaporate, I think. I don't know exactly how it works to clearing this out. Worst case scenario, what we can do during the next nice water event is we can just have this be on a full drain. Just drain everything out. Cut a hole in here. Flood this all out. Flush it, right? And we'll let this flush too. Fully flush this. And then patch this back up, and then we should only ever here have good water, except for the tiny bit that gets trapped here that isn't allowed through because it's good weather right now. It's not good weather. So only during good weather will it let this water go through. During droughts, which is not part of good weather, this won't be generating any, so it doesn't matter. So this only needs to be on during temperate weather. And then it'll flow in here. So we can go and clear this out, get all the bad tide water out, and there'll be just the teeny tiniest 3 blocks worth of bad water that's allowed in at a time. I'm wondering if we can even scoot this one further back. That would be even lower, because maybe this is 6 tiles, or yeah, maybe this is 1 by 2, 2 by 3 instead of 1 by 3 that I think it is. I'm not 100% sure, but at the very least, it should be a low enough contamination value that it won't be a big deal. Yeah, so over here, it's all blocked off. So this should stay nice and clean, but over here, you can see it's slowly contaminating. And that's the problem. This is a high priority, this is a high priority, and this is a high priority. We need to get those done, because then they can build from up top. They're running through contaminants, which is fine, because we have the contamination cleaning setup station over here that we left, just in case. So as these beavers become unwell, don't worry about it, it's fine. It's fine. We should also get this builder hut back online. And we should allow for full work over here. We should also go to our population and allow ourselves to have a couple more beavers, yeah? Get ourselves up to like 55 beavers. If we do that, we are going to need more housing somewhere, though. Let's leave it on 50. We need to jump on this next. We're going to finish this water setup, and then we'll jump on that next. Yeah, so this is still getting worked on. We're doing a lot of routing over here, unfortunately. But however they want to do it, and whatever the way they choose, it's up to them. We don't really care. They can do it however they wish. And if we don't have this built and finished in time, it's fine, because it's still going to just overflow here and then flow out. So even if it overflows here and it hits here and we lose some of it out here, it's not that big of a deal. We'll live. But we'll have that be fine, and then we can get this over here fixed again. We can get our dam back online. I think we might need another one, but realistically, what if we don't dam it? No, bad tide needs to get out from here, or else it'll overflow the wrong way. Yeah, we definitely need a dam, but what if we just restrict it so there's only one? Maybe we do just leave it with just one dam here. One seep, one dam. I think we just do that. The reason we do it this way is because then when both the seep and the water source are pumping good water, it'll be too much output for the one dam to withstand. So it should force stuff this way. Last thing we want to do is have where too much of it goes this way. And this one will always be lower, which is why we probably should change this dam to a floodgate and have it at like 0.5. Or rather, we can probably just clear it entirely, no? Or what if we made this a floodgate? No, we don't want to do that. Well, we could do that with a good tide sensor, no? Another percentage reader and a flow gate there? Maybe. I think you over-engineered that. I think you might be right. Across from the hole, you made... There are 3 levees. But out the bad water block, that 3 long passage, and put bad water sensors. So when it's bad, it rejects where you made the hole. That might be a cleaner way to do it. Oh, I'm kind of committed to this setup already. I've kind of already committed to this one. I do want to see this like waterfall down though. I think I'm gonna sit with what we're doing right now, but I think this needs to be redone. So yeah, I think this isn't quite right. But that's a problem for not right now. We'll finish this up first. Pause that levy for now. That's what you're talking about? Yeah. I think you're right. I think this needs to be fixed. We're just gonna... it's fine for the moment. We'll let it be. Let's let them go and finish this setup here first. This is a little more important, just so we don't have bad water getting back into our now essentially almost always good water. And then, yeah, let me circle back over here. Let's just let them finish this. We have a lot of unwell beavers, but we should be able to heal them up pretty quick now. It should be pretty quick for us to heal them up. But, yeah. Because the thing is, we can't really stop this one when it's doing bad water, but we can stop the other one. I guess we could stop this too, couldn't we? We could just do the same setup. We just fully square this sucker off with an output valve that's allowed only when it detects clean water, or only during good tides. I think that would work. It would then stop the generation of this here, because this can only go so high. It gives up once it gets too high, the water seep. And then we can just blast a second round through here. And there'll always be a little bit of bad water here at the end of bad waters, but the flow valve outputting it, shove it all out, should be fine. It'll stop it for a minute until the contamination reduces, but then we could also just stop this from even caring about contamination percentage, and we'll always have like 1 to 2% contaminated overall reservoir in here. But that'll be the worst. Worst case. Let's turn this on and bring this up. We got coffee beans. Nice. Coffee. Alright, so coffee beans are online now. That's nice. We'll need to go and brew them. We can just turn this coffee brewery online now. We're not going to do anything too special or too amazing with this, at least not with storage. I need to wait until we go and rebuild this lower territory. But we can at least build the coffee maker, yeah? And have them just pick up a cup of coffee there. We're completely out of scrap metal. Mid-priority job now. Man, we just don't have enough beavers. Awkward. This should be a low priority. It is low priority. This should be a low priority job. Be a low priority job. There's your problem. Like, wait a second. Why is this not happening? We should have our one guy over here working on this. We don't need that much. We've got plenty of metal and the like already. We're pretty much capped. We can hold off for a while. Yeah, what if we swap everyone over really quick to just hauling and building? Which everyone's job's to hauling and building. Just trying to get... I want to get this done before we end up getting out of the bad tide. I want to get this cleaned. And what we'll probably do is... We're going to have to drain this whole zone again. It's actually high priority, this build. And what we'll do is we'll dig a hole here so we can fully drain this whole zone of all the bad water before we let it fill back in. Again, we'll still have some water in this reservoir. Or at least we should still have some water in this reservoir. Man, we're actually getting kind of low. I'm expecting us to have some water in the reservoir. We'll find out. Yeah, some of this bad water is mixing again. Which is fine for now. So get that finished. Go. So it's all drained because it's all blocked up now. Funny how they prioritize going this way. I'm gonna get rid of that path. Force them back up and around. So it's fine. Let's go drain this. Originally grab those logs. We're gonna fully drain this zone. I want all this out. All this bad water I want out of here. We'll fill this up in a second. I just want to get this whole thing drained out. Honestly, we can... Actually, honestly, we should. We should build one of these here instead. So I can do this whenever I need to. Just in case something goes... Oop, hang on a second. Just in case something goes horribly wrong. Actually, yeah, never mind. Let's just let's put a little floodgate there. The full control over this, just in case we need to go and drain this whole thing again. If something goes wrong and we end up having all this bad water in here. That'll be good. This is still not done yet, but it's enough. And since I'm currently draining all this, we won't have any bad water seep in, so it's fine. So doing this whole setup in the end might have been unnecessary and over-engineered, as is expected from time to time. I do tend to over-engineer things, but it looks cool. I'll take it. Having the levees go up by one makes it look a little more like an abandoned mine shaft turned into a water reservoir, versus just a hole in the ground that we kind of just, you know, there's just a cave we dug into and flooded. Looks a little cooler in my opinion. Yeah, so we can do this and block everything and fill it back up. Otherwise, we can leave it all the way down and just drain. Perfect. Nice. Get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. That'll reach. We'll get to that once we finish the top rope. The top row here. Be able to get in. Go, beavers, go! Okay, can we make coffee yet? We can. No one's making coffee right now, because I've got them all high priority on building. And, man, we got a lot of contaminated beavers. So 11 beavers are just not working right now. Let's just get rid of this path for a second. Stop walking through the contaminated water. This way we'll actually have them starting to cure. They don't need to go this way anymore. We finished all the weird nonsense on this side. Got that one dam going. We'll leave that dam there. We'll see if it works. Because I don't want to overflow our reservoir and then end up flooding our croplands. That'd be a very bad day. We do not want to do that. I'm hoping this will get it done. Yeah, we actually don't need the scrap container anymore, so we can get rid of that. And we can pick up all those logs. Still going through logs, and we got space to store them. Let's grab that. 21 unable to work. Vacancies. That's crazy. We need to stop going into the contaminated water. We had them walking in there too willy-nilly. Willy-nilly. Alright, 3 days. Up to 20-hour work days. Back to the 20s. Come on, guys. I just want to finish this little project here, and we'll be good to go. Alright, more coffee. We've got 16 coffee. Is coffee just nice to have and it doesn't give them like a big boost? I was hoping it would give them a big boost to stuff. Nutrition is coffee. Okay. Well, you know, makes sense. It's in the nutrition zone. Yeah, here it is. Okay. A lot of contaminants, injuries, chipped teeth, not great. People are thirsty. More people want wet fur. They just need more time off. And less walking through contaminated water. Do that and they'll be fine. Okay. Nearly done. Six contaminated beavers. You guys at least soaking? Yeah, okay, good. We got a lot of them over here soaking. Nearly fixed. You're about halfway. They get to smell all of the spicy water over here as they get themselves decontaminated. I mean, this is the whole reason why we set up this zone over here is so whenever it does happen again that we have people get crazy contaminated, we'll just have a bunch of places for them to go take decontamination baths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, that's nice. It's a good number. Some of them are getting back to work. We would like to see. Although some people are dying of old age, which is not what I'd like to see. People dying of old age is no good for us. Okay, 1.4 days and we'll see how this works. I think we have this more or less in the bag. I think this is more or less sorted. And once this is done, we'll go ahead and we'll reset the build. There we go. Now they can get up here. Got too hungry. But we can go ahead and get this going. And once this is done, we'll go and reset the job priorities. But I think our water woes are... I think, for the most part, maybe, our water woes are sorted. And we can do 30-day droughts now, no problem. As soon as that happens, we can then pivot to the next project, which is food nutrition. We want to get that maxed out. And right now, I think the mangroves, we're not making enough of them, right? Yeah, we're only making 50% of what we need. So we need to go and plant a lot more. We'll have to get on that. Okay, nearly done. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 left. Wow, they almost finished this in time for the... Actually, there's a small chance here that they'll actually be able to fix this and get this built before the water actually spills over through the dam. There's a chance that they just barely get this thing done in time. Come on, guys. I believe... Yeah, we're down to only 6 contaminated beavers, so jobs are slowly getting refilled out. We're just speeding up the rate at which we're constructing. That's quite nice. Okay. Bad tide ended. So now good water is coming through, and once this pushes out enough of the bad water, this will open. And as soon as it does, it'll be fine, because then the rest in here will just drain. Yep, so that's now fine. There's no more contaminated water in here. It's going to fully drain this, and again, this is lower than the dam, right? So it's going to fully drain it and keep doing that, and then we can finish draining this out. Ah, not quite fast enough. Almost fast enough. We're pushing out the last bit of some more contaminated water that was down there. There's some contaminated water stuck here. That's funny. That'll get filled up in a minute. We'll get that out in a moment here. Okay, so that's now blocked off, so that's not going to happen anymore. Last 2 bits. Now, I don't know if 2 dams are enough or if we need 3. Find out in a minute. Looks like 2's fine. Okay, 2's fine. So there is still some bad water in here, you can see. Yeah. So it is, so this does fill faster than this is able to drain at one height. So I'm hoping it can keep draining at this amount, and it's not going to be overflowing. I mean, we've got this drain to help too. That's working. Okay, so now if we go and we fully block this, we let this thing fully fill up. We have 2 dams, which are barely able to keep up, which means we should have these 2 dams barely able to keep up. We should be able to get about 50% of the water generated down below pushed through here. The only hope is that it stays clean. Right? The hope is that it stays nice and clean. Yeah, so this is now flowing. Oh, but it's getting turned on and off from contamination. Yeah, that's the real problem here, is the amount of contamination. So, for now, we're just going to let unlimited through, regardless of contaminated or not, for the moment. Start pulling it this way. A little bit of extra spicy water in here. Yeah, so this contamination is being spread out throughout everything. So yeah, I think, you know, this whole thing, I think in the end ended up being over-engineered, because if we just do this, and then we just copy this guy and automate off of that. If we just make, what, one platform here, should be able to make the whole thing. But yeah, so if I'm not trying to be pushy, just understand, since you messaged on Discord. Okay, I'll take a look. Take a look at that in a bit. Take a look at it during break. Yeah, what I'm thinking here is if we build this, then this way, because right now the biggest thing is that the only thing generating bad water is the water seep. So if we actually go and we stop this water seep from creating full contaminated water, we can let this through. And then this threshold doesn't really matter anymore, right? Actually, no. So what we can do is instead, this guy can just be a good weather. It's on during good weather and off otherwise. And then if we do that, then we actually don't even need this contamination sensor. And we can then delete this. Yeah, I think this will work. And then we can just block this off. And then we can do a depth sensor. Like here, that if it hits like, if it hits 1 to drop this. And we can try and have that like self-regulate it. Maybe. We're going into a drought, so I'm not too worried there. We might also need a depth sensor here, because this is likely going to get too high. Or no, they share the same height, so it doesn't matter. It should self-regulate. Yeah, the water level is here. So it should self-regulate. So it shouldn't overflow. Okay. Yeah, I over-engineered this. I feel like that's what happens regularly. Is like I over-engineer something, but as I better understand the situation and the parts and whatnot involved, then I start like removing a lot of the over-engineering work. You know, I make it hard on myself, and then I make it easy. It's fine, probably. Yeah, so this is less and less contaminated water down here, which is nice to see. But now there's 0 contaminated water that can come from here. And with this setup, I think, because it's going to be the same setup, there's essentially 0 contaminated water that come from here, and then we can just remove this contamination sensor. We just don't need it anymore. And then it turns out we should have just done this the first time originally. Would have saved us a lot of work. Because then what we can do is we can actually move this to here, right? And then we can just delete this, and we could move this here, giving us even more space to let out if we wanted. We can then go ahead and start like demolishing height if we want to do that too. I don't think we need to. I think we're already at the point where we have more water than we're going to need for a 30-day drought. This amount. But, you know. Kind of nice. Okay, last one. And done. So I think now that this is done, you can see how wildly this is fluctuating. So it means it is on and it is working. I think we can now just... I think we can just do this. I think this is just allowed now. And since it's the same fill height, I think we can also just like... This is on good weather. And this is also on good weather, right? Yeah. So I think that means we can actually just delete this. You know? I think we can just get rid of this now. Ooh, it is okay. I think we still want it then, because it forces it to keep going one direction and to fill. Yeah, so that was a little overeager. Urgently do this. Unlimited height. I see. So it pulls it through, I guess, because we can see the water is actually flowing back. It's not what we want to do. So that was a mistake. But we're at 25-day drought. The highest amount of water we've ever had. So I think we're good. Yeah. Got so much water, you're swimming in it? Yeah. We're almost drowning in it is the problem. Yeah, so now we're losing a little. Yeah, so now we're forcing the flow this way. Now the question is, with it forcing it this way, will it actually drain this while making this higher? I think it does. But we will see. It continues to be pulling it. Wouldn't hurt to have this also be added as part of the reservoir, and there's nothing wrong with that. I wonder if this will put it to full. I'll make you back you on that one there. It's fine. Because again, we'll probably be deleting this in a minute. We won't need it anymore. Okay, so the flow's actually stopped. So it only equals it. It doesn't push extra. Bummer. But this will at least ensure that it never comes backwards. It only goes forward. That's what we want. Okay. Because now what we can do is we can start growing out here if we wanted to. Not long periods of time though, because it does drain. But we could do like short-term crops up here if we needed. We wanted to move like the kohlrabi up here to 3-day. It's kind of far away from everything, though. We can get some tubes. We've set up some tubes. If we do tubes, I think we want to snake some tubes up and around this way and up and around this way. Try and create like a circuit or something. But yeah, so we're at the point now where this can now be bottom priority and bottom priority and bottom priority. If we got nothing better to do those. All right, cool. So I think we now have like more than plenty water. I would be tempted to go and fill this. We can take a look at getting a dirt thing, right? Dirt maker. Dirt excavator. Look at building a dirt excavator. Then we also have dirt to play with. Almost fits here. Could put it up here if we wanted. Where's a place that's not going to be a problem if we have like a big hole that we just like drill to the center of the earth? Is there a place where it doesn't really matter? It needs a lot of space. Put it up here. Well, actually, you know, one of the biggest problems with drilling to the center of the earth, is if we strike water on the way down, that would be bad. We don't want to do that. That would actually be quite bad. We don't want to go and strike water. Okay, so we could just put it here, and if we have this tube here, it's pretty quick to get over here. We build a dirt excavator here. And we just put stairs up. So, then we just get storage. For dirt. Only have one person working in here because I don't need to go too crazy. Planks, gears, metal blocks. Yeah, we got enough of each. We're good. And we can start getting some dirt. Then something I actually want to do is I kind of want to fill this up. So I want us to fill this whole thing with dirt. Because then it just drains the whole thing and it makes me happier. Because then we can see exactly how much there is and there's not some that's just sitting here. We could leave it with that hole in here and use it again for like growing, but otherwise it's drowned the whole time, so it doesn't make any sense. We could dig further down, but I don't know. Oh, that's right, this thing takes power. Good question. Very good question. How are we gonna power this thing? I don't know. That's a great question. Is there, can we like slide it up here? We can pull power over here, yeah? We could put it here. If I put it here, it's just gonna get covered in bad water. Thought we were slightly over. True, we do need some kind of power for this guy. So if we go down here, why if we dig there? We could just put one steam turbine here, I guess. It would be nice if there was like water or something we could play with. So I think for now, I guess we'll just put one steam turbine. And we can have this on when this is on, I guess. Trying to figure out how to do that. And we'll put the dirt storage over here then. Dirt. Go. We can do that. With automation, is there a way for us to have one on if the other one is on? If one is actively working? Power meter? What does the power meter ask for? Does this just tell me how much power is coming through here? Supply, demand, battery. Demand. Okay, yeah. So if we do a power meter here, and we say, how much demand does this thing need? It doesn't tell me. What is demand on dirt? 200 horsepower. If demand is... I guess it's just greater than 0, right? If demand is greater than 0 horsepower, turn it on. It's demanding 200 horsepower. It's greater than 0. So it should force this power meter, number 1, because I deleted number 1, so that's now number 1. So it should force this to turn this on only when a person is here. We'll find out in a second. Yeah, so it's on right now because it's now connected to something that has a demand. Almost done. And now it's off because there's no one in here demanding any power. Okay, yeah, easy. Oh my goodness, actually, wait a second. Yeah, it's perfect. Which means the power meter is what we could have used for this thing over here. So when this thing is demanding power, turn this sucker on. That's how that would work. So this one turns on when this one needs power. This one turns on when this thing says that there's excess water in here. And then if we had... Is there a delay? Waited. Then we'd put a... Then we put a timer, right? That's a signal based on the time of day. Does the relay create a delay? No. The weather station had a delay option. I don't know. But with the power meter, this solves this problem. So this is now fine. So we'll power this when needed. By this guy when there's actually someone in here that's demanding work. Which he's in here right now demanding work, but he's not actually in here right now working. He's on his way. Man, where the heck was he going? Wow, that's fast. Those tubes are awesome. Man, that was fast. I don't know what he was doing over there. Wow, he whipped on over here. Holy. Okay, these tubes are great. Significantly faster. Okay, so they're working on this. Get that set. They'll do it at their leisure, as they can. Nice. Yeah, so we're getting a little low on water over here, so this should still be pulling water. Okay, it is. Water is coming through. As you can see, the water seep's completely empty now. Yeah, down here is completely drained. Yeah, the bad water is slowly seeping away. Okay, it's slowly being absorbed. It's good. So we don't actually have to worry about it. Eventually there will be 0 ambient bad water in here. No, can't really say much about this because it still has bad tide get through it. But still a problem from time to time, sadly. We have pretty much only bad tide water in here. Gross. Or contaminated water, at least. Water storage is still very good. We're still able to pump. Don't really need these 2 jobs right now. Pause this off. Have them go work on something else. A bunch of injured beavers. Lacking material? Yeah, we're working on that. Building not staffed. Builder's hut? That's fine. As we get what, 2 more beavers. We'll go and I'll man that. How's coffee going? Coffee's good. Pull up on coffee. Excellent. We're producing plenty of coffee, it seems. All right, let's look at happiness. All right, wet fur. Okay, so first things first. Everyone is now on 16-hour shifts, so people can now play more. That's the first thing. Second thing, clearly we need another pool. Let's get a second pool going. We can get a third one if we have to. I do need more mangroves, though. So, you know, ideally that doesn't happen, but we'll see. I guess one of the projects we can do is we can go do this blockade work now. Well, if I blockade it, though, it's going to just drain up here, huh? Yeah, it'll drain up and over. There'll always be some bad tide in here. Yeah, because it'll overflow here. And then here it'll spill. Oh, awkward. Huh. It'll actually come out here. Guess if we cut it right here, if we move this over here, then that bad water can go this way. And that would be fine. But it would still all backflow once it's time. So it doesn't exactly reduce all of the bad water. Because of the way that's like a huge column. We'll have to leave it for now. We're at 27 happiness now. Wet fur should get sorted. Injuries are on the low end. We need mushrooms, corn, eggplants, and algae. So we need 4 more food groups. We need more campfire and terrace. We can get to that in a bit here. We need more detailer and scratcher as well. More swimming pool time. Exercise plaza. We're happy with these. Alright, so first things first, we definitely need to, like, calm this down. We'll have you focus on the canola. Have you focus harvesting the cassava for now. Make sure those are topped off. And we'll have canola be the back end here, I think, right? Or no, we can... We're gonna clear these. Have you focus on corn? We'll put corn back here. No, we're gonna quit planting everything over here. We're gonna slowly pull all the canola. And then once we've pulled all of it, we'll then split this, and we'll probably do the same with the actual soybeans as well. Split the soybeans and maybe move extra soybeans over here so we can get the eggplants. And that should be all of the things we need to grow, right? Yeah, it's just corn and eggplant we're missing. And then 10 and 12 days. So we're just gonna... What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's not quite even. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Cancel those. And as this gets harvested, we'll go ahead and swap them out. Might be able to actually reach some of these. Some of these are going to be too far. Some of them will be close enough that we can actually reach a couple. Just so we can make at least the obvious divide on where we're going to be putting the eggplant. Okay. Looks like that's going to be more or less it here. We can cancel these. But we'll harvest them eventually, I'm sure. In the meantime, we'll at least grow eggplant. The eggplant's probably just going to have to sit in the farmhouses for a minute. As it goes. For now, it's fine. But at least now we have some eggplant growing. We'll get some corn growing in a moment here. And then we can go ahead and get these guys. So algae, eggplant, and corn. So we will do corn and eggplant. We'll build those first. We'll get the algae one in a bit. Apparently we need another detailer. Another detailer here. Sneak them in. Sneak in these detailers. That should be fine. Plenty of detailers. Just make sure that they can go ahead and detail their tails. Go off their cool tails. All right, pulling in dirt. We've got coffee starting to pile up now. We're looking good. Looking real good. We'd like to see. Log stockpiles back online. All this project here is good. We're what? About halfway through the drought. We're only down the first level. Not too bad. Not much else we can do here, I don't think, to help with more. Reservoir's kind of as full as it's ever going to get, unless we decide to block this off and have this whole part add to that reservoir, which we could do. This might be a little ridiculous. We could do it. Actually, we just flow over this. Or injured beaver. Resting and recovering. We're getting more research. We are currently... Wow, we're not supplying even close to enough power. But it is what it is. Slow production is not that bad. The only thing we're really behind on is scrap metal and dirt. Dirt because we're using it all, and scrap metal because... scrap metal. We're burning through it. We should go ahead and get another automation point here for stockpile. We should get the resource center. We can put it over here, why not? Right? Resource center, and this is going to be dirt. It's going to be focused on dirt. That's going to be a quantity. We can store how much? Just the 180 from here. Does this not store dirt? Yeah, it stores a little bit. But if it is less than 180, turn on. And then you can be automated on this. This one's automated. For some reason I didn't have that set up. That's why I wasn't doing anything. This one's automated on this. There we go. So now it's under demand, and then we should see at the end of the day this turn off. So this way we're only using this when we need to. And we can do the same thing. We can get a power meter set up for the rest of our Steam guys. So we'll get that set up at the main production facility in a moment here too, the main industry zone. But I just want to make sure this is working properly. We'll see this in a second. A couple more hours, they'll go to bed, and the demand should hit to nothing. Yeah, and it pauses it. Perfect, okay. Yeah, we can just get another power meter over here. We can just build it in right here, I guess. Urgently build this. If power demand is greater than 0, we turn on. We turn on. It's the exact same setup. We have you automate on this guy, and you automate on this guy, and you automate on this guy. There we go. Perfect. So now once because it was going to run forever until at least our science hits the 5K, because we got this guy telling us to get at least 5K. So it's now paused. We're at 5K. And with that, demand has changed, but demand is still greater than nothing because it's a work day. Now the question here is, once the day is ended, it should turn off the steam engines. And this essentially just saves us water and logs. We don't really need to at this point because we have so much excess of both. But it's good to know that it works this way. It also means that it'll turn them on if anyone needs to go and deal with decontaminating. What's currently pulling the demand? What's currently pulling demand? 350. Is there someone in the contamination pod? No, contamination pods are empty. Who's pulling demand? I'm confused. Kind of surprised you haven't flattened the huge basin to uniform depth by now. True, we can probably go do that next. Probably should. It is kind of nice to have the basin have a point over here, so it pulls more of it down here. But we could just have one space lower. We could like dig this further down, and I guess we can like drop this whole thing by one floor if we wanted. We definitely could explode out more. You're right. Yeah, what's pulling this power? Everyone should be off work. So all of these should be off. I have no idea what's demanding power. Only pulls 350 power. You take 200. Let's turn the explosive factory on. And this is going to be boom. This will be for dynamite, explosives. There we go. And then what is our max storage on them? Feels like we can store more. I don't know how we can store more, but it says we can. Anyway, we'll say if it's less than or equal to 30. Turn that off, and then we automate you. That'll turn that off. Did that do it? No, because it was paused. So something's active right now. Power system goes over here and hits these guys. It's hitting these guys. Nothing over here is roaming and running and churning. These don't require power. These guys use stamps. Crazy. The guys use like a roller paint brush. I have no idea what's still demanding power. These things just ambiently require power? They do. These things just ambiently require power. Alright. Huh. Not sure how we would automate that. So we're going to change this then to... If it needs 350 power, we turn it on. So contamination is going to be off at times, sadly. But it'll save us power because if we don't need them, we don't need them, right? So it'll save us having this stuff run at night. Weird. Figured it out, but weird. Hey, well-being's now at 30. Now we're talking. All right. Coffee's now at max. All of the food types that we are carrying right now are at max. Kind of surprised that we have the mangroves maxed out. That's good. We should still expand it. Still something we should go and expand. Campfire and rooftop terrace still need to do. Scratchers, we need more scratchers, it looks like. Man, they still want more roofs. Huh, look at that. Mud bath, wind tunnel, and motivatorium. We can probably go work on those first. A couple more scratchers, I guess. An extra scratcher here and a scratcher here. Just throw 2 more scratchers down just in case people don't have enough to scratch with. I don't know. Get that going. And then the wind tunnel. So the wind tunnel is going to actually break this system we have because it's going to require power. Unless we have its own dedicated one, which we can just have its own dedicated one. Does these guys output how much each? How much does the steam engine output? It's 400, right? Yeah, 400. So we can have a 400 output here. Because this needs 400. So yeah, it's just a 1-to-1. Alright. So we put this guy here. We can put him here with this. Ooh. Power has to come in from an awkward side angle. That's fine. We can do it like this. And then we can go and get the power hooked up so it actually goes in. Which is fine by me, because you know what that means. We can actually get our power meter plugged in here. We will pause this power meter. You can be automated to this power meter. Power meter 3. Right? To turn on. Power meter 3 is, you know, greater than 0. Cool. Done. When demand. Greater than 0. Demand is greater than 0. Okay. Demand is greater than 0. We can turn that on. And then we can have this guy. And we can just leave him on. So whenever someone wants this, the whole system turns on. Urgently get this power shift done. And power shaft. Get those power shafts done real quick. Super quick to build. But awkward to get to if we build these other things first. Let's get this done. And then we can unpause and let it go. We're not supplying enough power, so we are going to want to turn this one on as well. Okay, turn this on. And this guy is going to go from power shaft. Okay. Let's get those built. Jump into the air tunnel, and the stream, the steam Jenny turns on. Turns out the steam and the and the 4 beavers just plummets. Well, I guess what you do is like it's probably like a clap on, clap off kind of device, you know. You walk in here and you clap, and then the steam turbine turns on, and this guy goes, and when you clap again, when you leave, it just turns off, you know. It's one of those clappers. Clapper light switches. Power on, power off. Really interesting how it looks like this isn't full stored, but it is full stored. More storage space. Coffee beans of 15. And coffee beans of 20. Fully stored. Huh. Bunch of injured beavers. What are they doing that's getting injured? Probably working on producing stuff. Oh, nice. This is now getting finished up. So we're filling this in. Very nice. Water's at its lowest point here, and it's fine. 2.3 days to go. And I think now the thing that we just need here is something for me to be able to keep an eye on it. Let's go ahead and let's get a stream gauge here. We'll be able to build it. Realistically, all we're going to look at is its metrics. We're going to look at its greatest depth. That's what we care about. We're going to see how high this thing blows up to during a fill season. And then we want to see what it is at the end of a drought or a bad tide. And then with that, we can then identify if we'll be able to make it 30 days or not. I think we can. I think we're now good against 30 days, but yeah, we'll see. If we wanted to, we can go and swap out these levees for dirt, but that just seems silly. Definitely not required, but we could. All right, so are we getting enough swim time? Swimming pool is pretty much good to go. We should see at the end of a day, or end of a night here. See if people are getting enough swim time in. I think they are. Man, it is a little disappointing. The iron beavers, they just have like lap lanes. They go to the pool and all they do is they just swim laps. That doesn't sound that much fun. The folktales, on the other hand, have like lounging. Okay, so if we pause this and we take a look, swimming is max. We don't need any more swimming. So that's good. Coffee's fine. Eggplants is still growing. We've not needed to get more canola seeds. Is that seriously what's been going on here? We just have so much oil. Don't include inputs. Gracious. Where's the rest of this input coming from? 1,100 and change? Only 3 oil in there. What? So it takes a long time for us to get through this oil. Oh, this is on bad water. Well, no wonder this hasn't been working. Oh, well. No wonder this hasn't worked. It was set to the wrong thing. That's fine, because when we ended up getting low on bad water, we made plenty of canola oil. So we haven't had a canola oil shortage this whole time, but we just haven't had to make canola oil for a while. All right. So the lowest this thing got to, it's about 1 so far. We'll see it in the next round, though. Start filling this up. And I'm hoping this will pull all the water here before it goes over here. Essentially stopping it from continuing to flow. And it's a no. Alright, so it is still going to fill up down here, too. Oh, well, it'll circle back. Yeah. At least had the same amount twice yesterday? Yeah. You did the same moment? Yeah, I mean, that's the hard part with the automation is you start doing everything, you're just like, everything's fine. Not quite. Ain't that right, reindeer? It's close, but not quite. All right. So power is off. This is currently set to be on. We currently just don't have anything in here. That's because for some reason we're lacking a lot of beavers. Why are we lacking so many beavers? Where are all these extra jobs coming in? Builder's hut's missing beavers. Hauling post is missing beavers. Okay. Well, we can at least turn this one off. We're missing 14. Exactly what's needed for these 2 jobs. Okay, I see. He gets to work. It's on, but we're out of logs. Okay, so yeah, we need haulers. Alright, so haulers are our problem now. Make it a low priority job instead of a bottom priority job. Leave this as bottom. We need some people to haul some stuff around. That's becoming a problem. Okay. We're filling up. This is now filling. We're good to go here. If I bring this to 1 point under, look, it's kind of fine. I really want it to keep going this way. We're going to go ahead and re-block this off with a levee. Oh yeah, that's right, I blocked it. That's right, I did that. Bonk. Reconnected. Alright, 31. We're slowly getting happiness up. Yeah, let's urgently build this. Get the haulers and builders over here. Stream of beavers coming in. All right, we just need one more guy to, or two more guys to come in here and fix this up. I think this will work. I'm hoping it will. We'll find out in a minute. Come on, beavers. All right. That's blocked now. Now the question is, does this overflow, or can we actually output fast enough down this one chute? We pull fast enough through the chute. Water level is still rising. Yeah, it is rising. It's not fast enough. Is it able to keep up with just the one? At 9.5? And that way we can keep a higher level? Yeah, looks like it keeps up with the drain rate at 0.95. 1.95. Cool. So it's better than the one we had before, which was at, what, 0.75? 0.7? Trying to remember what a dam has. Yeah, we're filling up fast in here. This is good. How's it going, Stormy Snow? How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. I just want to make sure we're not going to end up flooding down here, because that's no good if we end up flooding our zone, right? We are still pulling extra water from down here, too. Again, I think that might be an unnecessary thing for us to do. We'll find out shortly here. I'm really hoping it holds. We don't need the extra pumps on right now. We still need these two on. We could probably look at breaking those. We have a lot of chopping and changing I want to do soon. Okay, we're finally starting to harvest canola again. Thank goodness for that. Look at that. Great. You have 30 days of water reserves now? I think we do. I think we now, with this massive reservoir, I think we now have 30-day water reservoir. I think. The next thing we'll do is we're going to actually double wide this canal. If this doesn't already fill us to full within this time, and I think it 100% will. And if it does that, then we're going to have some serious problems, because this is going to overflow. In which case, we're going to need to widen this to maybe 3 wide, and get a depth sensor online. So that we don't have this overflow and fill the valley. We can make this go higher if we wanted, so it won't flow that way, but all the same. Yeah, I think we're going to delete this, because looking at this, we're already darn near maxed. 2.95 will be max. Max height will be 2.95. That's what this guy's leveled up at. Drought coming in 3 days. Yeah, we are so close. Look at all this gorgeous water. And the thing is, we are still losing water too, right? We still have water being drained out, flowing out this way, all the way out and off the map. So we still aren't collecting all of our water. So we could potentially route more of our water over if we choose to. Yep, 285, 286. So yeah, I think we're guaranteed to fill entirely. It's going to be 9 days for full fill though, from whatever level we were at prior. And we weren't starting at 0. So there is a chance that we could have only 5 days of temperate, I think. I think on hard difficulty, isn't 5 days the shortest amount of temperate weather you can get? Nice, 32. We're slowly gaining. Making them happier and happier. But if that's the case, that 5 is the shortest temperate weather you can have, we might not actually get it. So yeah, we're at 3. We're overflowing. We are now overflowing. We're just sitting at 9, which is good because we're dumping the rest of the water. So yeah, there's no point in us even doing more water work right now. We're already maxed. We have flood problems. Look at this. Look at these flood issues. We have flooding problems. We need to go and block this off so it doesn't flood this way. Floods this way, that's one thing. I don't want it to flood this way. I think you might want to raise the wall of the basin to uniform height, or else you might get flooding, potentially some bad water backflow. Yeah, no, definitely we need to get this done. And then we probably want to do the same here too. Although this one I'm not quite as worried. If we overflow here, it's fine. It'll just drain out and around, and it has a safe path for it to drain as well, as opposed to this one, which then starts drowning our trees. Definitely not something we want to do. The trees will be fine. You know, it's, you know, they drown in 10 days, and we're out of water in less than one. Out of water gain in less than one, but there you go. Yeah, it's also enough that it's going to start overflowing here. Which I guess overflowing here is fine, because this flows in and just will increase our power output, right? Why is this on? Is this just going to be always on? I don't want it always on. Yeah, this is just always on. So this isn't working like I wanted. This is always demanding. Why? Why? Huh. You meant where it backflows into bad water? We got this one done. This one's good. We blocked that guy off. Is that the one you were talking about, Bernie? Or is there another one I'm missing? There's so many dams. It's crazy. We got a lot. We've already raised this up, so just in case, this won't backflow here. Even if there's overflow going in and around. Yeah, so 22-day drought. Easy. Absolutely easy. Super duper simple. We don't have to worry about it at all. So yeah, we're down to just making these guys happy. We're still slowly getting through the canola, which is good. We'll get there. I do want to get through these soybeans too. But we can now, at the very least, expand over here. Now we can say, hey, get rid of those. I don't know if we'll be able to get this one. If we can get rid of these, we can get eggplant in here. Super priority, rip them out. We need new types of plants to make these guys happy. Because then we can go and get the eggplant rations and the corn rations online. Get people happy with those. It's funny, we don't actually really need large stockpiles for food, because we're able to just produce constantly now that we've sorted our water problem out. And our power problem, got no issues. Eggplants are already 3/4 of the way there. Alright, plant eggplants. I'm hoping that's enough. I doubt it will be. We'll end up seeing. We're gonna get rid of those. Put corn there. Let's replant the canola here. Get that replanted. There's no one planting this. Plant canola. Go get that done. That's weird. Oh. This is the canola box here. I see. That box is in the way. Delete that box. So I can actually plant it again. Thank you. Good enough. That worked. Alright. Try and delete these next. be as urgent as we can. No, the corner of the big basin where the fresh water was overflowing into the bad water. Over here. If the bad water is high enough, the freshwater overflow is strong enough, you get backwater seeping back into... Oh, that's true, yeah. If this is high enough, because of water physics, it'll actually pull some back. You're absolutely right. We should up this height. That is a very good point. That's a really good point. We should definitely do that. We'll just go ahead and we'll just levy this out. And we'll just make life easy. Let's do this. That's a very good point. I did forget that, yeah, it will pull back on itself. Yeah, we'll get that set. There we go. Nice. They can get to work on that. As much as the canola they can grab with the path that's available. So bring the path down. They can go and clear the rest. We'll get corn. I think that's enough canola. If not, we can always trade out crops. We can kind of move them back and forth as needed. That should be enough. So yeah, we're throwing away canola oil, but it's fine. We got plenty. $301. That pauses this job. We need to get onto mushrooms and algae next. So we'll have to get those farms going here in a moment. Let's get the corn finished. Okay. We'll go ahead and we'll finish growing more canola. And then corn. There we go. So eventually we'll get more happiness because we've grown eggplant. Oh, we've got some eggplant in right now already. There it is. 27 rations. So yeah, we'll eventually have more happiness coming in from the eggplant and the corn. So fermented mushrooms and algae rations are next. Let's go and unlock algae rations. And we're going to need to go and look into hydroponic gardens. Where do we want to shove our hydroponic gardens? We could stack up hydroponic gardens here. We could just terrace them. Right? Because if we... We can go 3 high on these. Oops, one too many. We went 3 high here, right? And then we did stairs going up here. Why would I do like that? That's weird. Oh, do you ever do reads at the end of the stream? Sometimes. I haven't done it recently now. But yeah, I should be doing that again. We're just getting back into streaming again, mostly. Yeah, if we go and we did, it would be cheaper if we, platform-wise. Yeah, because then we can just use this guy here. Platform up. And then we can do that. But if you have any suggestions, Bernie, let me know. And then what we can do is we can use a platform here. And then 2 platform here. And then 2 platform here and here. Oop. And singles here. And we can medium storage. So we can just make this a massive, big old, crazy mega terrace here. So we can have this one be mushrooms. This would be algae. Then this guy is going to be mushrooms. There we go. These are now mushrooms. And then this guy, the algae. And there we go. Bam. Yeah, no, Brandon, the main thing is just when it comes to rating, I always want to kind of like check people out first. I just haven't been doing that after streams. I need to start doing that again. We'll be getting back into it for sure. This is the first full week of me being back on the normal streaming schedule of Monday through Friday. Or Monday through Thursday, excuse me. Sometimes Friday, but Monday through Thursday, back to our normal schedule. I haven't been able to do that for months. No, you're good, Bernie. I appreciate the questions, though. But I do want to get back into doing that. Alright, so this should be fine. Blank gear parts. We do need to get our parts producer back online. But since this is close to where we have tanks, water tanks, this should be where we keep it because it's right next to where water is collected. And this stuff requires water to make. Cultivate plants, not suited for outdoor farming. Probably could have relied on these earlier on in-game. I mean, the main thing is the water requirement. It's a bit of a pain, but it doesn't actually require fertile soil. So when we were having that huge problem of all of this area here being completely and utterly scarred from the bad water underneath, probably would have been the best time for us to actually sit down and build these. Now that I think back at it. Probably would have been the best time to do that. Let's also go ahead and let's get another thing of housing. We can't quite connect under here like that, sadly. I was hoping I could sneak one in. No, I've got this kind of fully locked down. It would be nice to have a house that's like over here closer to some people's work. I really need to go and clean out this zone. For now, we can just put this here, and we can just use stairs. And that's fine. Path here, leave the path. Stairs up. Stairs down. And path. That's fine. Again, we'll redesign this whole thing later. It's fine. Do you have paths connecting the first floor greenhouses? Ooh, let's check. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't. Good catch. Which makes sense, because I was trying to put the house there, and there's nothing here to connect to. So that's good. That's good. And that's good. All right, cool. Now we got it set. Thank you. So this will get built. This will get built. Then we can have more people. Which means we can now go and put our population to 60. So we can get more people here to do more work. Because we're going to be popping in an extra 6 jobs by doing this. So I want to make sure we have more workers. And we need to have more housing before we have that set up. Yeah, just with one person doing scrap metal, we're fine. We have so much scrap metal, it's fine. No need to worry about it. All right, 19. Okay, so it was 26 days, 24 days. I can't remember what the drought length was, but we're fine. I think we can survive a 30-day drought now. I think we're at 30-day drought resistant. So I think we don't have to worry about that anymore. Building lacks goods. Corn. Working on that. And understaffed. Lacks goods. algae. Yeah, we'll get those online. We're working on them. And then we can also get the mushroom one online too. That just, they can sit there idly. It's fine. Because we got other jobs that are super low priority. So we still have 6 slots of extra guys for right now helping around. Actually, we kind of need them, but yeah. Don't think you can do a 60-day drought? I don't know if we can do a 60-day drought. That's quite a lot. 60 might be a bit too much, but I think we're good at least for the moment. Eggplant is holding. We don't need any more storage for eggplant. Actually, even the... actually, that's right. The more varieties of food we have, the less these guys are going to need. But they do need a lot. Look at that. We just went through so many mangrove fruits. There's only 20 left. I still think I should plant more. Oh, some of these did die again from bad water. I really want to get this bad water thing done down here. Bad water work. But I have to wait until we're in a good... So in a good tide, we're going to go and get bad water resistance down here. So what we're going to do is... We're going to ignore this job. That job's ignored. Instead... It could cause problems, though. It might cause problems. But I think it's worth us playing with it now. That's in the wrong spot. We should move that forward. Oops. Oh. Oh, I don't want to do that. Shift is doing that. Alt is what I need to click. Okay. We need to move this up. So if we make levees here, valve here, automate off of good weather, off, none, on, full, up a floor, none. Okay, so if we do this, what are the consequences? This one's blocked. We don't have to worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is where it's going to spill out. So bad water will spill this way. So we do need to change how we have our levees here. Because we want it to flow this way when there's bad water. So if we can just get levees here, that'll solve bad water problems. So we do this, we'll have a little bit less that we store when we're storing in here, but then that way we can then route bad water out. We can even actually landscape in rain blocks here, so it doesn't even store it. It just all gets shot out, and then we're good. And again, if we wanted to, we can actually raise everything here by 1 more floor. And raise this all by 1 more floor, too. Grab that urgently, please. We can raise this, we can keep raising this here as much as we want, really. The water seep won't help if we get any higher, though. I mean, it'll help us get to this point, but anything past the water seep's total height doesn't do anything. So we could add 1 more level, and then it would just be the water source below that we'd be taking advantage of, but I don't know. All right, and just like that, mushrooms are online. So tomorrow we should have someone starting to work on mushroom production. Really good. Yes, this is now turning off. This is just never turning off. It's kind of disappointing, especially with how few people use this. Yeah. Don't like how little people are using this. I mean, it's fine. It's just not great, you know? Yeah, so we got a bunch of little projects for us to finish up. So we want to go and finish this. We want to go and finish this. And then we can go... Oh, they've already... Oh, jeez. Oh, no, sorry. I was looking at this. I'm like, wait a second. That was fast. No, we got to get this one done. We got a lot of little projects still to finish up. We just don't have a lot of workers. But we need to get this done during the during the good times, as well as this. We'll have that in a moment. We have completely shot past our break an hour and 40 minutes ago, and I need tea. I'm out of tea, so we're gonna take a quick 3-minute break here, everyone. Might as well save the game while we're at it. We're gonna take a quick 3-minute break here. I'll be back in 3. I need to go get some tea. So get up, stretch your legs, and like, hydrate. We'll hydrate with the water that I have because I'm out of tea. Slowly winning the map. Yeah, we're getting close. So hang tight, everyone. I'll see you all in 3 minutes. Hang tight. And like that, we're back. Welcome back, everyone. We continue on. I've got tea. I got up and stretched. I'm ready to go. Hopefully you guys grabbed some snacks as well. Alright, so this is all uniform. So now we can just start like blowing this up and making this deeper all over the place if we choose to. Not something we have to worry about right now. Just want to see if we can pretty much more or less make it to where we just don't get bad water anymore. If we can have it so we just never get bad tide anymore, that would be crazy. Because then, yeah, this lower aqueduct here will just always have water for us. Quite nice. Again, it will be pushing bad tide out this way, but it'll reduce the amount of total bad tide that we can get. I guess the other thing is that if we could, like, build... You know what we could... You know what we could do? If we can get ourselves over here... Okay, I'm curious. We're gonna have to test something. We can't build over these, right? In any way? Like, there's no way to build over these? There is a way to build over these. There is a way to build over these. Okay, hold on a second. So if we did single platforms, right? And then we did these. And then we made this impermeable. And then we did these and levees. Would this do it? Because then we'd be able to flow from below, right? So we can flow from below. And then it's blocked here, right? So it can't go out here. And it's permeable for kind of, but not actually really. Nice, 33. Would that work? I feel like this might actually work. In which case, we delete this one and this one. We delete these. Right? We then... R. There we go. We move this around here. Go here. Is this all coming from this bad tide over here? Crazy. We'll just break in here and push this further down if we want to clear out more, which I think we probably will if we get this project working. If this works as I think it is, we might actually push this further down. Yeah, we might just push this further down. So that then we have, like, extra underground water storage. You know? Yeah, so we'll come here and we can build these. The only thing I do not know is if we can get up top. So what we'll do is we can just build that guy there for a second. And make sure we can use that to get up top. Now, we have to get this done really, really quickly here. If this is our goal, we have to get this done really quickly. We have this blocked off here. And if a bad tide hits, it'd be really bad. And if a drought hits, it's not too bad, because we can start on it right now. Because none of this water is going this way, and we're not using any of this water. So we can start on this project now. We can start on this project now. Okay. We delete these two, so we have access through now. We just need to make all of this urgent. Okay. And then we jump back here. We unpause this. And these are now normal jobs, normal people jobs. These are now above average importance jobs. Everyone does building and hauling. Everyone works on this right now. This is gonna fill all of this up here, awkwardly. Now it's filling up this lower reservoir real quick. But I need everyone on this job. So grab all these. And if this works the way I think it'll work, I can even get rid of these. Grab these logs for later work. Okay. Alright, so I'm really hopeful this will work. Because if this does work, in which we can block this off and have it so it can't seep through anywhere, we can then curtail the amount of bad water usage, and we can expand our upper reservoir, and then we can also dramatically increase the amount of water output we have. This will be pretty cool if this works. Get 2 levees here as well. It's all top priority stuff. We have all the material. We stockpiled it. And our population is slowly increasing to the 60 that we requested. So that's good. So these jobs will still continue to fill out. A handful of injured beavers, sadly. So yeah, so 2 of these overhangs are nearly done. Okay, 1 overhang is done. Yeah, it's out of range. That's what I thought. I had a feeling that was going to be the case. So we need to get this staircase done so we can get up there. Go beavers, go. We've got 2.6 days to get this job done, because the problem is we're not going to be able to fill our upper reservoir while this happens, because all of this water is going to drain out this way. It's all going to drain out this way, which is what it's currently doing right now. Or has already drained out too. Yeah, it'll drain out this way. So we need to get this done soon. We won't get this done in time for full water storage, but we should get a decent amount. How much do we have sitting in the reservoir right now? 7.1? It's not bad. At least during that, this pump will help a little bit. If we can get this done before the bad tide, which I think we can get this done before the bad tide hits. We're down to just the top pieces. The top few pieces here. This is urgent and urgent, good. Yeah, you can see our water level's pretty low. This would be an amazing setup if we can do this. Because then we can just break this if we wanted. With a one-way flow valve, I guess. Nah, no need to do that. We'll just have this set up so then we just never have to deal with bad tide again. And again, we push this back. This thing's already really low. So it drops from up here, it looks like. No? Well, that comes in from here. I guess we could just block this if we wanted. Yeah, I think that was the thing that was coming through here, right? Yeah, because that was the initial problem. And that's why this is placed. Ooh. Lowering height. None of these non-permeable things have been placed yet. Oh, they're not marked as higher priority. Ooh, okay, that's not good. Get those done. Okay, so we need to get those 6 done, this 1 levee done, and then we delete the pathing up here and these stairs, and then we build the remaining 3 levees here, and we put the flow valve here, and then the final levee, and this should be completely encased. This will at least let it fill a little bit, but again, we're not going to get to fill our reservoir as much as we'd like. So long as we don't get hit with a super long drought or bad tide, we'll be fine. Okay, perfect, perfect. Is that really an impermeable floor? It does not look like it. Oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, that looks like an impermeable floor to me. Nice. All right, get a levee over here. Top priority. All of those are done. Go ahead and delete this. Grab the rubble. Delete that. Back down 2. Alright, we'll start building that. Grab this rubble here. 9 unstaffed. Unconnected building. Oh, it's built. Yeah, we're still building these. Yeah. Don't worry about it. We'll get the kelp and everything sorted later. There we go. That one. Okay. So, the bottom is done. The top is done. We just have to get the middle done. And we levee over here too. Urgently build this. And so this looks like it's not able to output fast enough. Yeah, so it's currently flowing up because it can't flow out fast enough. The pressure is building between the two. I would like to still do a test and see how, where it would end up flowing. So we'll do that test soon. But yeah, you can see it's just not able to hold. It just keeps draining. Not what we want. We really got to get this solved, ASAP here. Because it's just not filling this upper reservoir. Pulling the water in that we can. It's not good. It's all draining down. Come on, beavers. Okay, so this is done. Okay, so the top is done. We now need to get a levee here. Urgently. We get rid of these. Right, we're down to the last 3 pieces. It shouldn't be able to get through here. And that's impermeable. So we'll find out once this is done. 24-hour shifts. We just gotta get this done. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. What we should find is that this is no longer showing. Once we get this worked up and ready, and to make sure, like, to know it is actually working, this height will only go up once we're done. We'll find out in a minute. In worst case, if this doesn't work, we just rebuild these 2 really quick. And we'll be fine. Holy moly, we're flooding. Drain it. Drain everything. It won't drain fast enough. Okay, no, now it is. It's okay. We're good, we're good. All right, we lost a couple of crops to flooding. It's because we have multiple water sources seeping in here. It's a real problem. So we gotta get this done right now. Okay, so that seems fine. Okay, this is good. Okay, good. So that's capping off the top. So the top is now completely capped. The lower floor can go, it can come through the lower. We now need to build our fill valve. And we can build a levee on top of it if we choose to. Not required, it's just optional. It'll look nicer, we'll build the levee regardless. This is going to be automated. Oh geez, drought in 3 days, we gotta get this done. Automated on good weather. When good weather is on, we're on. When good weather is off, we're off. Okay. We have 3 days to get this done. And ideally, hopefully, fill the reservoir a little bit. I don't know if we're going to get to. Because the reservoir won't fill until we reblock this up. So I don't think we're going to get any reservoir filling this time. This is very dangerous. We're running by the seat of our pants on this one. Yeah, 5 days again to try and fill. So this might be really, really dicey. We have plenty of water stockpiled. We should have enough food. And with the incoming algae and mushrooms, we should be okay. We should be able to survive, even if it's a long one. And we don't have any water to grow anything. It should be fine. But we are going to be pushing it. Okay, that's done. Okay, so if we put this to off, what happens here? Currently not raising. Okay, so I think we do need to have this final levee. Okay. Levee done. Come on now. It's a little more. I feel like we're just not going to get this done in time. All right, we need one guy to build this. Okay. Now we need to urgently build these 2. We should be good to go. You put out an impermeable floor, water won't go through it, right? Oh yeah, that's right. Duh. That was the whole point. Thanks, Rude. Thanks, Rude. That was the whole point. Okay, so well then actually we can test it now. So this is fully off. This is fully plugged up. The only way out is now through here. So now, if we don't see this rising, we've succeeded. We've 100% succeeded. Okay, so it's working exactly as I thought it would. Right, thank you, Rude. I got a little confused there for a second. So now we just need to get this blocked up. During good weather, full output. There we go. You can see it actually is outputting again. So that's what we want to see. 24-hour shifts, guys. Come on. If this is a really long drought, this might be really rough. We are filling it back in with this pump here. Actually, with this pump, we're just going to have you run all time right now. Just going to have you run full time right now. Just pull all the water you can. During a bad tide. Down, otherwise, no. Yeah. Refill it. Okay. Refilling. Okay, one left. If we overflow a little bit, we overflow a little bit. We've got that pump that's going to help us. I just need this last levy done. I just don't think it's going to happen in time. Come on, guys. These are above average jobs. Come on, guys. Bam. All right. So we are now starting to refill the reservoir. Sadly, it's not going to be fast enough, but we did get it done. So worst case, we'll just put a... yeah, see? Yeah, so it was going back up. Worst case scenario, we can just put a pump over here. 23 days, I think we'll be fine, but we can put a water pump there if it ends up getting bad enough. But I think... we've solved our problem. So we'll have to find out during a bad tide. But I think we've solved it. May need more pumps? We might. We might want more pumps. We're gonna hold off for now. We're just gonna have to wait and see. We're just gonna have to wait and see. But I think we solved the problem. Let's get those 2 pumps running. And if that's the case, then we can redesign the center zone here too. Because if this now works the way I expect it to, we should no longer have any substantial amount of bad tide water. There'll always be a smidgen from whatever gets like filled in here, but it should be fine. And what this means is that during the next temperate time, temperate weather, we can go ahead and we can do a little run all the way down here. Actually, we should just like close this off. We can just run over here. We just do this, and then that'll drain out, and then we can use that as additional water storage. I don't think we can quite get our way through here, so we're gonna need to get ourselves a lumberjack flag. Right here. It's good, because we're actually a little low on lumber. So, you know, we could use a couple extra trees. Make this an urgent job. Meanwhile, for regular work and whatnot, this can be a bottom tier position again. A low position. A bottom position again. Building speed can be slow, it's fine. Not doing anything super urgent anymore. That's okay. But the goal is to essentially have it where this stuff doesn't die from contamination anymore. So now we can have our mangroves growing happily all the time, every time, right? That's the hope. Because then we can get more mangrove fruits. Oh, thank you. Good catch. Thank you. Bring that back to 16 hours. Bad from flooding. Yeah, it happens. They'll get to it. All right, so we have corn coming in. So corn and eggplant is good. We've got the fermented soybeans, cassava. We've got mangrove fruits. We could use more of them, so we're going to work on that in a minute. Kohlrabies are fine. We got plenty of berries, but people really aren't using berries. It's more for us to do breeding with. And we are... This is at 0%, but come on, man. 10% here, 12% here, 7% here. 6% there. It's going to take a while for us to make them. We'll get there. Got enough workers for it, at least. So we can now turn these pumps off. Yeah, essentially what we'll end up doing next. Next, we'll go ahead and we'll clear this out, right? We're going to work on this project from this end, get this cleared out, and then we can go and break this. And what we can do is we can actually move this levee setup back one. And by moving it back one, we can then go ahead and get more pumps pumping out of here. So we can essentially scoot this pump back one, so it sucks out of here, and this one back one, so it sucks out of here. We put this guy here with the levees. And that way we can just pull water from the lower aquifer whenever we need to. Which would be pretty nice. Because these guys aren't really pulling as much anymore. We can get that reset. So we got 20 days to go. I think we're fine for 20, even though we didn't really refill. We should be okay for 20. We've got enough stored water. Should be fine. All right, so we're already cutting through the forest here. There is a path through now. Nice. There we go. Nope. Go. We can continue to path our way to here. And then we'll just hop across. Those 3 levees down. And once this is done, the spillover from here shouldn't end up down here anymore. We should be good to go. We always go higher if we have to, but otherwise we're in good shape. And then with that done, we can go ahead and set it so then it can actually fill up here. Although we gotta be careful, because we don't want it to overflow. It would be nice if the water could come up here, because then like this would be growable. It's not like we're going to grow things over here. We could tube over here if we wanted. Make it growable. If we did that, we can move these levees over here. It'd be arable up here. Be kind of cool. Some mangroves are doing fine. Alright, we're slowly gaining in stockpile of eggplant and corn. It's just the mangrove fruits. Because they take 10 days to grow, I think that's the biggest issue. I'm still happy. I still want to keep that path there. So we have more movement. But this fruit guy can get pretty much everywhere we care about. And since we shouldn't ever have bad tide underground again, we should be able to just go ahead and throw a forester right here. And then we just do mangroves in this zone. We should be able to do it like this. It's all within zone. And we can do mangroves here. Here, and here, and here. He won't be able to reach that far. But we can at least get this. Any others I missed? Nope. Okay. It's all set to replant. Those should all be plantable. And then we can change this to something else since we're not going to need them again. But, I don't know. Yeah, so that should essentially double the amount of mangroves that we're growing, I think. More or less. I'm hoping at least, more or less, we'll be doubling it. So we should be able to stay on top of the amount of fruits that we need. There's not a lot more space we can use. I guess we could go further down this way and start using that. You already grabbed everything? My goodness, well done. That's completely done. Road here. Just faster and easier. Go ahead and break that down. We can also go ahead and get rid of all the stumps. There we go. Nice. Done. What's the endgame wonder for these guys? Good question. I've not looked at the monuments at all. The Earth Repopulator launches pioneers to distant lands. When launched, makes the beavers in the area extra happy. So, interesting. So the folktale are like essentially spread the seeds of trees and, you know, get the whole Earth to hopefully regrow. The Iron Teeth, on the other hand, are, you know what? We found a small pocket of safe space for us to grow and rebuild our population, a safe oasis. Good luck, everyone else. We're gonna throw you into the void. Hopefully you land in a place that's arable. Good luck out there, guys. I don't know if I really agree with the Earth Repopulator. The other one's like hoping that you get like the rest of the Earth to recover. This one, not so much. Yeah, we'll get the other monuments going in a bit here. We're now up to 34 happiness, which is very good. You're at 33, which is giving us 120% work speed, 40% movement, and 60% lifespan. Very good. The movement speed and work speed are the most important, honestly. Lifespan's nice, but it's automated at this point, so it's not that big of a deal. It just is berries and extract that's consumed. We just use more of it because if they don't live long enough. But otherwise, pretty good. Alright, so that should have this problem solved. And this will just slowly evaporate, and then we can just open it up if we want to. See what happens. But yes, that's good. Everything else here is fine. So I guess now it comes down to, do we want to reorganize all of this? We want to break it down and try again. 35 happens now. Or do we just continue to leave it as much of a mess as it currently is and go around from there? We might just do that. The folktale just shoot unmanned pods into the void. The Iron Teeth send beavers. Yeah, the folktales send lanterns with tree, like the ceremonial lanterns, that fly into the distance with like tree seeds attached to the bottom. That's essentially what they do. Meanwhile, the Iron Teeth literally just shoot people in a rocket, I guess. We'll have to see what it looks like when we get it going. Alright, so what do we need? Oh, perfect. So some of the mushrooms are online now. Yeah, there we can see mushrooms. Random mushrooms online. Algae rations are next. Not enough campfire. Okay, so we need more campfire. Need more scratchers. Let's go ahead and let's bring down everyone's work days to 12 hours this day. And see if let's give them 2, maybe 3 days of 12-hour work days. And let's see if they can get their happiness full on everything possible with what we have available. And if so, we're good. And if not, not quite. The sky diving fan, you could put that on a timer so it only runs when they have free time. Yeah, I was trying to do that where it was only when they demanded use of it, but it just doesn't work that way, does it? True. What is it? There's like a day timer or something? Yeah, I was gonna say, wait a second. What? But yeah, no, that's right. Because since this thing is just always demanding power, it always wants to be on. If we go to a... Unlock once for all settlements. I thought I already unlocked this, but maybe we have to unlock it for each of the tribes. How much do we need for the big monument? 20k. Right, we're gonna start getting research again. The chronometer is the one that we would use. Yeah, that makes sense. Chronometer. We will start at But I guess we'll start at hour 12. And at hour 24. Or actually, no, this is even better. You can just do during non-work hours. That's nice. That's actually even better. There's just a button for non-work hours. So I don't have to. I was worried I was gonna have to keep changing it. To get it done. All right, 39. Okay, yeah. So that was the thing, is that we'll give them another day of going and seeing if they can fill out all of their needs. Still need more roof. I cannot believe they still want more roof. But wind tunnel they're happy with. Scratchers, we could use another 1 or 2, it sounds like, because there's a bit of a bottleneck. There is enough time for the campfires, because I was going to say we have 3 of them. We should have enough. Another scratcher or 2 built. I know we've snuck a couple others in here and there. More scratchers in. Let's see. Detailers they're happy with. So mud bath and the motivatorium, we need to get those done. We're waiting on the algae rations to come in. Mud baths. Do these require power? They do require power. Bummer. Do we want to put them here with everything else, or do we want to split it somewhere else? We've got these tubes. People could use tube transit to get over here. Requires haulers, though. I don't exactly want to put it over there. Where do we want to put these? Also, real quick, how's our water looking? Yeah, we're fine. We can get through these 11 days, no problem. Mud bath. What's this? 200 power required. A mechanical theater that teaches the core iron teeth values. Okay, but it needs power. Okay, so maybe we just get another one over here. Is power connected from the back? No, it's any of the sides, it looks like. Okay. So if I put a motivatorium here, yeah, so they can be powered that way. Get 6 of these. All right, we're up at 41. Nice. Get those geared up. And then we go ahead and we get ourselves some power. Oop, power. Steam engine power. So this needs 200, 250, 300, 350, 400. Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. So one steam engine can run all of these. We can do this. And then we can again set this with the chronometer here. You just make these urgent, because otherwise they won't be able to path around to build it. Then once those are done, we can unpause this, and whenever they finish them, they finish them. And that'll give us the motivatorium, as well as 4 mud baths. Hopefully that's enough. If not, we can probably snake something over here. Make another 4. But then we won't have enough power. Okay. Yeah, so we're looking great. All food is now done. Algae rations are now online. Perfect. Injuries are no good. Campfire and rooftops, fine. Scratch and Slaker, okay. Mud bath, motivatorium we're working on right now. Still not enough roofs. I cannot believe we don't have enough roofs. We're gonna need another roof somewhere that they actually see all the time. Honestly, it needs to go here. Honestly, the roof's got to go here. I don't like this roof on there, though. It just looks goofy. Yeah, let's go right here. High priority. We're at 42 now. All right, both power shafts are online. This is the most important. Let's do that one first, and then finish building the others. So it still needs gears. You've got plenty of gears. Still needs logs. Plenty of logs. It's just hauling stuff. Hauling stuff is all we're short on. A bunch of injured beavers still. Power lacks building. Yep. Or building lacks power, rather. So some guys are turning into builders. Good. Yeah, we build this guy first. And we'll do above average priority, medium priority, low average priority, bottom priority, bottom priority. And that way we'll build in line with power output. So once we have the power, then we can go down. More days. I really want to see a bad tide. I want to see if this build that we did actually works. I'm really, really hoping it does. Yeah, are they ever going to go clean these? I will do it for you if you're not going to do it. Yeah, okay. Fine. Oh, is this Forster? You will prioritize mangroves. I guess I can go over here and work on berries if something goes horribly wrong for some reason. You'll focus on pine. We're not short on anything. Getting more mushrooms. Okay. Yeah, we'll have more mangrove fruits soon here. That'll be big. Also, it seems like soybeans, we have plenty produced. Like, look at this. These guys are barely being harvested. We can get larger stockpiles, but I just don't see a need for us to have big stockpiles, honestly. I usually like having big stockpiles, but I'm just looking at how fast we're producing and how much we're consuming. We still need that many. All right. Holding strong. Need more builders to get building stuff done. Come on, guys. There we go. Tell us what their jobs are. Works at Builder Hut. It's a Builder Hut. It's a Builder Hut. District Center. Okay. Wanna go? Yeah, we're doing some big farming over here. Coffee. Do we have extra coffee? We still have coffee beans. Yeah, we still have coffee on hand. We've fully supplied on dirt. So this is now all paused. And we're currently still pulling scrap metal. It's good. Definitely stuff we need. Alright, so this guy should turn on. Oh, it needs water and logs first. I'm like, why isn't this starting? Well, we have to wait. Gotta wait for it to actually have the parts and pieces to get up and go. Same with this thing here, too. Not great. Oh, with these haulers. Grabs food. Everyone runs off today. Unconnected building. What? Oh, it's a second floor. Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot this thing's the second floor. Awkward. Let's try it again. Go backwards one. Okay. This one's urgent. Not as urgent. Not as urgent. Not emergent. Okay. And then we can get our stairs. And then we can get more decorations. Are there any decorations in particular they need more of? Just roof. In which case, we can make it look pretty. So we'll put a shrub here. Maybe we just do shrubs. Get some lanterns on the back. And we'll just make a little path over here so they can actually get to it. If we need more mud baths, we can do more, but this should be enough. Should be fine. Doing things the not boom way, yeah, because if we drop them in there, we'd also have to drop in the power shaft. So didn't really want to do that one. Would be cool though, but this way you can just sit up above, right? You can sit in this this one right here, and you can look over all of our farmlands. You get a bit of a view. This is going to block a good portion of it, so I didn't really think that all the way through. I know, actually, you can look over it. Look at that. You'll be able to look over the motivatorium, because actually it goes down. Works out well. Should be nice. You're not connected to path. Urgently get this done. And then that way we can at least get one mud bath online. Alright, so it looks like we're good. We're going to go back 24-hour shifts for a minute. Well, no, that's ridiculous. Let's go back up to 20-hour shifts for a minute. Just so we can get more stuff done. I just want us to get more buildings built. We'll get that going. And then once those are done... Nothing else is, like, super required for us, huh? I do want to go and unlock all of these. Might need more number crunching in the future. Power supply, power demand. We need more power. More power is required. Unfortunately, we don't have a good setup for more. Oh! Water's finally down to the bottom. So, we did make it through this, no problem. If you don't like it, you can throw the mud at them. Yeah! Boo! This motivatorium special is awful. Boo! Okay, so we aren't able to get power up here. Oh no, because it's paused. Yeah, no, as it should be. This still doesn't have what it needs. We're going to prioritize haulers here really quick. See if we can get them to bring us logs and water. Boy, howdy do I hope they will. That doesn't seem like they're gonna. Can I... Okay. Where are my haulers at? Oh, it doesn't have dirt, so it's not worried about it yet. Why are these not getting anything from haulers? Is it because they're paused? I'm on during working hours. Is that going to pull... Yeah. Weird, that immediately fixed that problem. Weird. I don't know how that's gonna work. If when it's paused, they're not gonna drop anything in it. I don't know how that's gonna get done. Alright, well, we'll see this turn on in a second here once time's up. Okay, so it's on. The lanterns in the back are on. It's looking cute. It's a nice little getaway retreat up here. No one had any time to go and check it out. Everyone just went to bed and then woke up and had to get back to work. Oof, brutal. All right, let's go ahead and we'll give them 16-hour work days. We'll get them back down to 12 soon here. I still want us to focus on building more than anything else if we can. All right, lanterns are built. This can now be neutral. Build whenever you can. Should start seeing happiness explode. Okay. Over here, everything seems fine. So this shouldn't even need to... We shouldn't even need to worry about this. That should be fine. And we might even be able to delete this, too. We'll see in a moment here. Actually, no, we won't see until a bad tide. So we're going to leave this structure here until a bad tide hits. Just to triple check that our setup was working correctly. It should be. Yeah, there's no water left here. It's totally dried out. So if any water does show up in here, then we know it didn't work. But it should work. Again, if we chose to, we could... I wonder if there's a way we could have that set up so that we can choose to flood out the top. Have it flood through this zone. It'd be kind of cool if we could do that. I don't know if we would be able to, though. Alright, waiting on power. We just need to finish building these. Treated planks? We're actually almost out of treated planks. This little bit of a project here is gone through most of our treated planks. Alright. Mud tub in. Wow, that guy had a mud tub all to himself. Lucky guy. Okay, this thing's just been running this whole time. What am I doing? Oh, we're going to re-automate these. That's just been cycling back and forth, burning water and logs for no good reason. It's fine. We still have plenty of water. Still have 3K water on hand. We are now refilling. Right, yep, we're refilling the reservoir. You can see it's we're pumping water out, and we're reflowing in here. Would help if the motivatorium was connected by a path. Ooh, is it not? Whoops, good catch. My bad. Thank you. That would help a lot. Alright. Need a little more mud up here and then finish this last one. Good to go. But yeah, so water's up. 2.9, 0.3. It's currently at 3. Yeah, so we have now filled the lowest level, and now it's filling up further. And that's fine. In the meantime, we're now spilling out here. And we've gotten to the point where we're actually starting to refresh this reservoir. It's looking really good. Alright, so I think we're almost there. These guys to finish building this. Make this a top priority. Don't build anything else. Build that first. Because once that's done, the motivatorium's online as well. Then we can, once that's done, we can cut work hours. Just want this finished. So we're in a 24-hour shift for a second here. Everyone has to work until these guys finish their job. Gosh darn it. Come on. Come on, come on. I mean, it's also nice because it does give us more time working on, like, planks. Which we're pretty much out of. We should probably do some more stockpile automation work. And we'll stop. Ah, here we go. More power. Good. That was another thing we've been struggling with. We just have not been generating enough power. There we go. Now our supply is getting close to our demand. Now we're talking. All right, cool. This is done. All right, so we're going to pull all the way back to 12-hour shifts. These guys make robots? Yeah, we can make robots too. Is it housing? Oh, where are robots again? Science. Science. Robot. Yeah. So we can make parts factories. We can make assemblers, charging stations, control towers. You know. And grease factories to grease them up. But we don't need any robots right now. We're getting to the point where we don't have to do a lot of work anyway. We could bring robots in. Just don't know if we need to. We might do robots on like a different run. A different one, big robot focus. I know we were thinking about maybe doing it with the Iron Teeth, but it doesn't really seem that necessary, you know? Yeah, it's a pretty big investment to get robots going. There are times in which it's really worth doing robots. Not sure if it is here. We're gonna max this out and completely flood this zone. Flood this whole plane. Why? It'll just spill through here faster. Maybe. I'm hoping it'll speed it up. No, it is not. Okay. Leave it at 195. 1.95. Alright, so everything is stockpiled. Everything's stockpiled. We should, in a couple of days here, now that these are actually fully grown, very soon, I'll have even more mangrove fruits. We can go ahead and start collecting even more. So this is really good. We're in a good trend here. We're about there. Hey, Lucky Wolf. Thanks for the follow. Welcome. It's good having you here. Oh, there we go. 44. Looking pretty good. Motivatorium's doing a good job here. All right, how we doing? Motivatorium's going up. Wind tunnel. Scratchers. We'll need a couple of days to let everyone go and relax and check out everything again. Looking for new places to lurk? Well, hopefully, our nice, usually cozy streams, sometimes panicked, when things are going really hard, will be pretty good for you. Seem cool from the search so far? Well, thank you. Appreciate it. I usually play these games, play games on the highest difficulty I possibly can. So the start of these games, any game that I'm playing, usually starts off a little more frantic than later on as I better understand the nuances of the game. We're past the panic. The start of this map was just pure panic. It was constant struggles, so much chaos. Because we're playing on the unorthodox maps, which has things that I've just never seen or thought about. In this one, the map pressure, I really, really like this underground waterway network of just messy setup that we have to figure out how everything is connected and how we're getting, like, why are we getting bad water in our water? Why does our water taste like metal? What's going on over here, you know? I really enjoy that. It was a lot of fun. There's still one more unorthodox map for us to do as well. So we've done pressure and... Man, I can't remember what the first map was. We've done 2 of them. There's one more for us to play on, to try out. And then all the others are conventional maps, but we'll play on those 2 if we choose. But I think the next playthrough we do, maybe we do invest heavily in robots and go super robotic society and just have our beavers be as lazy as they can possibly be. We just go full-time lazy mode. To make life a little more complicated, could you put a timer on the chronometer so the Jennies are on 1 hour before or or after free time so they have time to refill? That could work. We would need a delay and a relay, wouldn't we? We would need a timer and a relay, right? The timers I've struggled on. So the timers, it's a delay, right? So, right? This is what we need. We need, what's it? Chronometer. So when the chronometer goes, we have a delay of 1 hour, right? And then we do or of either the timer or the chronometer. If either or is on, the relay is on, then this guy focuses on relay, right? Works like that. And then timer, we delay 2 hours to make it easy, and we'll reset the circuit. I think that works. The automation is so good. I'm so happy they added automation, and they made it way, way more in-depth than I was honestly expecting it to be when they released the game and said, hey, by the way, automation. Okay, bad tide, 18 days. Please work the way I wanted it to work. This is a good time. It's currently off. I think it's working. It's working. Oh my goodness, it works. Nice. It works. So we've completely enclosed this. So our water source that we have here, we've completely enclosed it with a fill valve that only turns on when there's good weather. So only, exclusively, and solely. Why is this down? Oh yeah, we don't need this anymore. None. Don't do that anymore. You just stay all the way up. Solved. We literally don't need this down anymore. This is only if something goes wrong. This one we had whenever there's a bad tide, it would be all the way down to let the bad tide out. And when it was a drought or good weather, temperate weather, it would be up. So we would continue to store. We no longer need to eject water. So what we've done is we just completely absorbed this. So you can see here's the setup. We've got our water sources below. We've got platforms to hold up. We've got the overhangs, and then we have non-permeable plates on top of them so they can't permeate through. And then we use levees to close off the space where we were using to stand on to get the building done. And then we finished it off here with this valve. There's not a lot of water down here right now because unfortunately I forgot to turn off the thing. But it's good that I didn't have it just sit up here, otherwise we might just have had a whole bunch of bad water, so. Oh, where's bad water go? It just doesn't spawn. If the water source is completely enclosed, it just won't spawn. It'll wait until there's space to create more. So we've just completely negated bad tides. So bad tides are not a problem. We tested this theory first on how this would work. Our original hypothesis was using this one that we'd found, and we set this up with the exact same. There you go. With the exact same setup, because this one's only one high, it made it a little easier to test. We didn't have to do a huge setup for it. But we just set this one up where again, go all the way down so I can actually click on it. So again, this guy turns when it turns on during good weather, water is out. Otherwise, it's off. And so once we found that this capped it and there's no problems, after that test, we then no longer had a hypothesis, but a working theory. And with that working theory, we were able to go ahead and set up this one. And so now we should never have bad tide in any of our water sources. Our water sources, I mean, there'll be like a teeny tiny bit that gets through because it's sitting there. But it should be diluted enough by the time that we ever touch it, it's like 1% or less. So there's a teeny tiny bit. Because this one also here is going to do the same thing. We completely enclose the water seep. Teeny bit will get through. But it'll be fine. Yeah, it'll just fill that small pocket. Because as water, bad water or not, gets absorbed into the ambient groundwork and the like, as it just gets, like, disappears, it'll get replaced with bad water. So, there you go. All right, how are we looking with these? We've got enough here, got enough here, got enough here. This isn't happening because we don't have enough power. So yeah, power is a real problem. It's not getting... It's not working. It's not getting what it needs. So, we're just gonna... Don't worry about it. Oh no, we're burning extra power and whatnot. It's fine. These guys are all on a setup here for demand, so that's fine. For these, we'll just don't worry about it. We'll just run them infinitely, on and forever. It's fine. If we were still producing babies instead of using the advanced breeding ponds, which only create adults, then this would still be useful because then the kids would be doing this, increasing their happiness, making them grow up faster. Because apparently, a really happy kid becomes an adult really quickly. There you go. Where's the water and fuel located? Long runs? Water we're storing all around here. Fuel, we just burn logs. Pretty easy. But yeah, it would be nice if we had a water storage that's a little closer. That is not a bad idea. We had like a small water tank up here. Receive. Because these only need 5 water, or 16 water. So, one of these holds 30. It's about enough for both. Is that why you feel like a child? Yeah. According to this game's lore, the happier you are, the sooner you become an adult. The more unhappy you are, the longer it takes to become an adult. Alright, we got the mangrove fruits should be coming in like crazy now. We have plenty of fruits here to keep everyone happy. Where are we storing the rest of this? We have a storage somewhere? Oh yes, right, we have a small storage here. We'll put another one here. Another like small spot I can just jam a storage. Not really, it's a little crammed over here. Using like every inch of it. But yeah, that's fine. We'll just get that going. Yeah, so we got plenty of water. We can grab more if we need it. We have these 2 pumps still pulling from that lower aquifer. We're good to go there. We're at 50 happiness now. So this means... Good golly gosh, these roofs, I swear. Just never have enough roof. Just need more roof. Alright. Build that roof too. The one thing we just don't have is enough roof. Everyone wants more roof. Well, alright then. Get more roof going. What if I built a roof up here? That would look really goofy. Oh, we can put a roof up here. We just need a dynamite. I need dynamite over here real quick. I've got some rock on top of my roof. Hold on. Come on now. We just gotta remove this roof. Or remove this rock. We got a rock hidden on our roof. Because no one works anymore. Everyone's just taking time off. Yeah, I got the roof inside some rock. It's a rockin' roof is what it is. 50 happiness. Dynamite. Bam! Okay. And then we can go ahead and get decoration. There we go. Roof. You're welcome, everyone. More roof. Beavers are so picky. Yeah, look at all this water. We have so much water. There's no way we have any water issues now. So our water woes are completely solved. 0 water issues now. This lower reservoir, we've completely drained it of water, though. So storage is the only thing that can be a problem. Which means what we can do is we just don't automate one of these. We have 1 pump pulling from our main reservoir here. Because again, it's just going to get refilled from this larger reservoir. So, we'll just always have at least something pumping. I always want 1 person pumping water, even if we're not going to need that much. Trees are in the pond because these are mangroves. They are partially submerged aquatic trees. We'd need them for food. And that's pretty much it. Alright. Happiness. We are full green. It's just monuments of awe that we need to build now. So we can do the labor monument. For a good place I can stick this. Ooh, that's not a bad spot. This thing takes up the same amount of space. It takes up so much more space. I would want to put it here, because this is like the spot. This thing's too big. So yeah, we can do the tribute to ingenuity. Literally all of our science. Put that there. How are we going to get up there and build it? That's a great question. With that, we should be able to reach it. How do we get to 51? I guess everything's 100% maxed. Dang. And again, the happier our beavers, the faster they work, the longer they live. Yeah, so we've got the large reservoir for water, and we have our main oasis down here that we use for farming. It's our main irrigation hub. Might need some more number crunchers. Not sure where I'm going to stick them. Might need some more number crunchers. Yeah. Oh, we didn't even need to build that far. Okay. Pull it 2. All right, cool. We're now building the Monument of Awe. Or the Tribute of Ingenuity. A Monument of Awe. The Tribute of Ingenuity. Wait, this requires power. Never mind. We now need to get up here to actually collect the parts that I started building. Whoops. On the bright side, though, this does mean that we've now actually built our way all the way up here, which is kind of cool, so we can start building stuff.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
I know. I was so confident, like, this is super easy. We got this thing in the bag. Nope. Nope. Definitely not in the bag. 100%. It's not in the bag. Oh my goodness. It needs power, though. I totally missed that. It's the only one that needs power. The only one needs people. Where can I put this that gives me power? I need power. We can go ahead and put it here, and then maybe try and do some backline power work. You should be able to build this here. Yeah, we can reach that. Alright, we're going to try and set up some power. Let's see. Hopefully we can build this. We should be able to reach these. The power might get a little weird. Actually, no, that's fine. We don't have to go around. It just connects off this. We should be able to reach this. Because we can build down at infinite depth down. Yes, it'll build it up. I'm going to go here. And you can go diagonal. Okay, cool. Done. We are going to need to grab all this material, though, before it deteriorates up on the top roof. If we're willing to drop roofs, we could delete this roof and we can build another storage here if we wanted, I guess. Oh yeah, we can make more storage. We can do bigger, better, more storage. Can be done. Treated planks, we need 100 if you have enough. Gears, 400, we got enough. Metal blocks, 300. Ooh. We don't quite have enough metal blocks. That's one we're just going to be working on for a while. But we can get that going. In the meantime... Yeah, this is like slightly overflowing. I knew it would eventually do so, that's why I built this. It's just flickering there for a second. This wheel is just going absolutely to town. These things are supposed to do like 520 horsepower. This guy is just absolutely... it's running out of its mind. So much power. Okay. Monuments of Awe. Labor monuments. Build one here. I'm like overlooking everything. Or we can put a labor monument down here. I want to make sure it's kind of like in our general zone. Looks like we're not going to be rebuilding this, by the way. Or the messy house that we have, it is messy, and it shall be this way. Flame of Unity. We could just go and have our monuments all up here. Kind of cool. Doesn't reach far enough. This one reaches, like, everything, so it's not a big deal. That one's fine there. These other monuments aren't quite as big. You can't quite see them so far away. What if we just get some more scaffolding in here? What if we just put a triple high scaffolding in here? We can use our Monument of Labor and go here. Then the Monument of Unity can go here. And that way they're both in the center of town. Yeah, weave all the buildings together into one. We need more science. The number crunchers are running. Almost at 100% power, which is pretty good. Let's keep them running. Go ahead and we first build the thing to make babies. We then innovate and expand. We build the breeding pod to make babies. Destroy the land. Build colony. Bring land back. It's good. Good work. Alright, so yeah, metal blocks are the main thing that we're low on. No, we still have 150. So we're only 50 off. So we should have this done by the time this thing is built. It's good. Oh, we can't reach these because this detailer's in the way. Alright, we're gonna have to delete a detailer. It's a little sad. Let's just move these detailers up here. Okay. That way we can ensure that these are all actually going to get built. Nice. Alright, we just need 700 more knowledge. And we can, or 620 more knowledge. And we can go ahead and get the other one queued up. And the hardest part here is we also need 20,000 knowledge for the Earth Repopulator. So it's going to be a bit of time waiting on us getting that going. So we'll probably go and upgrade our number crunching. So while this is going on, let's get ourselves back up to 18 hours of work because we just need to get work done. We've got everything else set. It's just the awe things we need, and then we can cut our guys down to. They might actually be able to just get away with 6 hours of labor a day. We might. Let's see how low we can get. I think 6 hours might be enough. No, it's not enough to get far away, I don't think. Maybe not. Yeah, I do wish I knew that the tubes, they built from within the tubes sooner. We would have done that for stuff over here. We'd have a lot more tubes lying around as opposed to all these just paths. But we live and learn, and we use it for the next time, right? That's the big thing, we live and learn. Nice scrap metal. They're grabbing the scrap metal for everything, and we're still producing plenty. One person here is pulling way more scrap metal than we need. It's kind of crazy how you can have 10 people doing scrap metal, but you just don't need that many. You really don't. This one requires logs? Super simple. This one requires metal parts, which we have plenty. Planks and metal parts. Planks? Don't quite have enough planks. We'll get there. Let's go ahead and let's get this one built first. That one's taking kind of forever. Let's get the good old Monument of Labor. Build that really quick. We're still waiting on some metal to be produced, so it's okay. The planks we are struggling on. We'll catch up. Alright, the base is started, and we just need to go ahead and funnel a ridiculous amount of logs in here. There we go. Funnel away. Meanwhile, everything else here is fine. The reservoir's still good. Yeah, we got 2.6 days left of the bad tide. We still have almost 2 full meters of water in the reservoir. More than enough. More than. What do the number crunchers require for us to build? Parts, gears, planks. Ooh. Parts is the thing we're getting a little thin on. Let's go and we set this one up. I don't know, it's only 100, so we can make more. If we make a little, like... We can make a little overpass for the hour, I guess. So if we delete this... We add vertical. Oh no, my one log. We can grab it, we'll grab it. We go up vertical 1. And path over 2. Now we vertical here. And power shaft across. That'll then get these 2 online. And then we can double the amount of generation we have. We should have set it up early. We shouldn't have, like, stopped them. They should have just been running this whole time. We need that 20,000 knowledge for us to actually get this thing going. It's a crazy amount of science that we need. We're only 1/20th of the way there. 5% of the way. Look at these others built. We've got a lot of building to do. So everyone's going to have to stay busy. Busy, busy. We need to keep building parts and pieces. We need to keep hauling items. Keep people fed. Yeah, it looks like our farm is too big. Kind of crazy. It really felt like this farm wasn't enough. But yeah, once you do start getting a little bit more diversity of food types, they're more and more efficient. Like, for example, it's 10 days for 2 corn, which makes 10 food. So it gives you 1 food a day. Meanwhile, kohlrabi's, on the other hand, is 3 days for 2. Right? So, if this was 3 days for 3, then it would be the same. Same as it's 5 days for 1. And then when fermented, 4 goes into it. So it ends up being every 1 is 2.5. Right? So then that would be 1 every 2.5. So it's not as efficient with the cassava. Do you still have your science counter stopped at 5k? No, we moved it to 20k. Realizing what we needed for the big one, I've changed it to 20k. Well, realizing how much we need to get the Earth repopulator. I do like how the symbol is different. It's a hexagon instead of just another square, like everything else. It just put a little extra effort. Put a little extra effort in. It's really nice. Whoa! Oh yeah, I was like, whoa, where's this bad water coming from? It's because it's getting shoved out of this. Yeah. There's always going to be a teeny, tiny, teensy bit of bad water in it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. The same thing here. A tiny bit of bad water came through. You can see it's sitting right here. It's slightly discolored. There's also bad water still stuck up there. Oh no, that's the bad water that got pushed through. It got pushed into the... So I guess there'll be a slow accumulation of bad water then, huh? Unless we get a drought. That's unfortunate. We could always just block it off again, if we really wanted to. We got some bad water here, and it's slowly seeping around. But again, it's just such a small amount that in the grand scheme of things with their massive reservoir, not a big deal. Not a big deal. We'll be fine. Vertical power shaft unlocked, just in case. All right, here we go. Wow. Now, even after manual labor gave way to industrialization, Iron Teeth's work ethics ethos hasn't changed. Nice. Planks 300, not quite. Metal parts 100. Yep. Let's go and Get this one done next. Get working on the Flame of Unity. And we'll need to go and finish up these. This one here's literally done. It just needs to, you know, be put together. It hasn't actually been assembled yet. That's urgent. This is lower. So I'm come over here and finish this. We just need someone to smack it with a hammer. Also, don't worry about the gravity battery teabagging the reservoir. Yeah, it had some nice copper taste. Yeah, we don't need this anymore. You're right. This whole setup over here is now done. We can just delete this whole setup. We don't need it anymore. All right, here we go. Bam! Wow! Oh man, I do really like the voice acting on those. It's just good. Of course it has a purpose. It's impressive. It impresses. Yeah. What else did you think it was supposed to do? It's power hooked up here. ASAP, top priority power. We'll get to this next. We have to wait for more planks to be built anyway. Top priority. Build this thing. First, it's 600 horsepower. My good gracious, we need a lot more power then. We're gonna need a lot more power. Yeah, I'd just like to hook up extra power from here now. Just gonna set up extra power output from here. Route in 3 days. Vertical. Ooh. Need to exactly get in here. So this vertical doesn't actually help us much here if I want to squeeze it here. So if we get one here, really should set it up the other way. Put one here. We can get an extra 4 in here like this. And that'll hook all this into the same. And then we just need 3 high platform. Walkway across. At this point, we need a medium tank. Water. Pause that for now. Obtain goods from other warehouses. We finished this one. Oh, I didn't actually build the last piece. Whoops, daisies. Build me that. Once this is done and we know we can block this off, we'll block this off. Build it first. Come on, guys. I know we have enough logs. 375 of them. Well, we placed it, and I just need someone to come over here with a hammer. It seems to be a consistent thing that's happening. We just need them to go and hit it with a hammer. It's probably because they have to run really far to get everywhere, because I don't have a good central storage hub with this base, with this colony. This colony is kind of spread out. So there are many times in which I'm sure they're struggling to like get stuff without being like starving. There we go. Wow. Look at it go. Powered up and cranking along. Impressive. All right, we can turn this on. Above average importance. Get that built. Is there anything in particular that needs to be built before anything else? No, there's nothing we can't reach from everywhere. Yep, nothing we can't reach from everywhere we go. Cool. Where are we at with this? Just a few more planks. Top priority. All planks go here. I'm gonna hold off on planks for this water storage. Fine. These pumps are running. Good. Okay. Morning comes around. We got 1 day until the drought starts. Oh my goodness, look at that. 1 day till drought starts. 294, new 298 on the reservoir here. Completely full. Completely full. Everything's perfect. Very nice. All right, so this is our max storage capacity. I would actually like a 30-day drought. I don't know if this map will give us a 30-day drought though. It doesn't feel like this map will. We're already on cycle 32. At this point, we're used to getting 30-day droughts. So I think this map might just not give it to us, even though we're playing on hard mode. A bit of a break, I guess, but we have so much water now, and I'm confident we can do 30 days. And if not, you know, we'll figure it out. If it gets really close, we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. We have so many open jobs right now. Where are all these open jobs? Builders' huts? Hydroponic, okay, so just the hydroponic gardens weren't getting done. Oh! Jeez, asking you shall receive. Good gracious, well that's terrifying. I would like to get a 30-day drought to identify if we could survive 30 days. Oh, here's 29. We're not gonna quite push you all the way yet. Man, we haven't gotten anything above, what, 25 in a while? 30 is normal max. So this is right next to normal max. Knocks down to 16-hour workdays. 14-hour workdays. Let's do 14 hours. So I'm hoping we can survive this. If we can survive this, which I think we can, our water woes are solved and sorted. We don't have to worry about it. If it gets really dicey, we will be raising the entirety of the reservoir 1 level. Which is going to be a massive project. So if it ends up being dicey, no good. Ooh, the flame of unity. Excellent. So we should be getting massive happiness now. Because now everyone's going to be going and doing campfires and like, because we haven't let them actually do stuff. But now all this is giving them big bonuses. +3, +5, +8, it looks like. So we should see some big numbers here. We have a log shortage? What? We don't have any haulers. How's our population causing this problem? How do we have this many jobs? I don't remember opening up that many new jobs. I guess these have been a thing that I didn't really keep a close eye on, huh? Just to tickle your brain, can you click on the 3 monuments in ascending order for you? Sure. It's really good. I need to go do the, we'll get the 4th one. That's really good. Alright, 55 is our new max. We're lacking a lot of power here. This is now a medium priority job. Need more people on this. We have 6 open beds. We need to, this is an above average job. Everyone get over here and immediately start hauling right now. I demand it. The problem is all of our steam engines are offline and it's a drought, not a bad tide. So we have 0 power if those steam engines are not running. So I demand everyone getting to work on hauling. We'll bring it back down to a normal priority job in a minute, but we gotta get hauling going. There we go. Steam engines are starting again. There we go. 1 steam engine's online, so everyone down here can start working. Even though they're working at 11% efficiency, they're at least started. There we go. Steam engines are going. We're up to 35, or 34, 45. Okay, much better. Now a normal priority job. It's a low priority job. Man, I need more people. If we pause the builders for a minute. Okay, we are only solely just missing this one. We just need a couple more people to come around. Too many people of old age died recently. There we go. Born. There we go. One. Got at least one person in here now that we got one person that was born. Okay, we got another one's almost done. Another one almost done. All right, we're about to have a big flood of people. That's good. So we'll have what we need in a second here. Jeez. 61 happiness. Looking really good. Looking really good. With 61 happiness. There you go. 67 happiness. 240% work speed, 65% movement speed, 120% health. That's amazing. Okay, so yeah. These are now above average builds. This whole zone over here needs to be all set for above average. Next is nuclear. How's it going, Trisak? How you doing today? Yeah, we need to get more steam engines online. The biggest problem is, no, it's logs, gears, and metal parts. Metal parts are a bit of a bottleneck. Not that bad, though. 3 hours to one part, so it's not great, but it's enough. This one guy is doing okay. The biggest issue is just planks. We're going to go ahead and we're going to pause the treated planks for a second. We've got enough of them, and nothing we're building right now requires them. We're just going to pause that job. Open that one back up. Okay. 25 days, we're 3 days in. We've lost 0.3 meters-ish. 0.2, realistically. But if we say 0.3, if we do 0.1 meter per day at the rate we're going, we're fine. Full 30, no problem. The underground reservoir is still giving us the extra water that we need. We haven't pulled it all out yet. We are pulling it out, though. We will see the drop. Some number crunchers. We need more steam turbines. We can add even more steam turbines if we need to. But as we add steam turbines, we're going to be burning through more and more power. It's a top priority. We need to get this done so we can keep power rolling. We want these crunchers running at full speed. We can get them running at full speed. We'll get up there in no time. But we need a lot more to get this monument. Is there anything else we wanted to do in the meantime? Anything else we needed to build? Anything else we needed to prep? Flow sensor. Man, I haven't really used flow sensors for anything. Indicator, speaker, detonator, timer, memory. Nope. Right? Colony's pretty hands-off at this point. Doing pretty well. Food's still holding. These are okay. Yeah, we are churning through a lot of water now. Look at the hydroponics. That definitely is pushing us through a lot. All right, 62. Happier beavers, faster beavers. Put us up to 18 again. I'd like us to focus a little more time on it. We've increased the happiness of everyone so they're faster, but still go ahead and get an extra 4 hours of work in here. So this is set up here. Get materials, so it's just the planks. We could build more lumber mills if we wanted. We don't really have the population to sustain it, but I mean, also we're just churning through them. We're getting two, because we have two of these setups. We're getting two every, 63 tenths of an hour. What is that? Every like 40 something minutes, 41, 42 minutes. We get a plank from each. I mean, if they're working. This guy's not working. What's that? I don't know. Productivity is 69%. That's pretty nice. This is only 61 though. These are at 94. Dang. Okay. Our hauler's doing well. We have one spare builder. That's good. We can help out with continuing to build everything. And we are slowly building everything up. We'll have more power production soon. Which will then help with this. And with this. Ooh. There we go. Alright, so we've just churned a whole bunch of extra power away, but we've also now doubled the rate at which we're gaining science. By reducing the amount of power that we got. It's fine. It'll work out, don't worry about it. We'll get rid of this water storage. And we'll use this one instead. This way we'll always have water here for us to keep these steam engines going. We might need a second one, honestly, in which case we can sneak it right here with a ladder or stairs. So we'll still get some use out of that, so that's good. And we're all of our big tanks down here. No problems. Big tanks holding strong. I'm not using them much. Okay, so all this over here is done. Go ahead and let's prioritize. We can't reach this. Well, that's kind of important. Just need a little stair right here. Ultra priority. If we can at least get one steam engine online, then it'll speed up the rate at which we can get the others. Because each one that goes on, more power supplied to the system, which gets us up from 36% or 37% here. I really want to get us to the point which we're actually churning out at 100%. Okay. I'll complete this now. This is online now. Got built. Good. Last bit. And then we can go ahead and load this up. Let's go ahead and put the same setting here. Use power meter 2. We're going to come over here and build this. There we go. Now this is online. Just need logs. And then we should have more power. So we're going from 37%, 47. So then if that's the case, it would be 57, 67, 77. So we still are off by like another 2 to 3 steam turbines. Holy moly, we need more steam engines. Jeez. We're burning through power. We'll see how it goes with the other ones on there, but only came in with 10% bonus. Again, makes everything faster. But still, holy. Okay. This up. Just need to go and load it in. Don't stop working yet. And finish hauling us. Yeah, so it looks like it'll be about the same. A bad tide would be so much nicer. We'd have an extra 1,000 power coming in. Which means we should have enough power with these guys once that's online. And I would add in these steam engines, but we don't really need them to because their power is always under demand. There's literally 0 excess power for us to, you know, nab from them. We can't give them anything extra. Average, below average, or standard average. Those logs and planks, we can still use them. Nice. All right, we'll get that loaded up, get more number crunching going. Nice. Nice. 68, 70. Oh, 93%. Something was slacking. Or, oh no, it's the, during off-work hours. If we go to off-work hours, then we should be good. Yeah, because off-work hours, we get one more built, and it should be running at... The number crunchers are probably running at full speed. I didn't pay attention to what the number was. Each number cruncher needs what? Yeah. We'll be producing enough once we have one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 by 4 is 28. And these guys need 500 each. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then these guys are running as well. We could disconnect these. We're not doing anything with contaminated water. We're going to disconnect those. It's a waste of excess power. It'll give us a little bit more oomph with what we're doing. And we can reconnect it with just just one log. And that'll be fine. 5 more metal parts. So we have to wait for metal parts to be made. Planks are now being restored, so let's go and get back onto the treated planks, because we do need those to get our scrap metal. Let's get back on that. How's the reservoir doing? We're nearly halfway through this ordeal, and we've lost a meter. Alright. Alright, yeah, we're fine. No worries at all. The hard part here is, what does this require? 2,000... Okay, so we're going to need to start stockpiling these. So we need 2,000 metal, 2,000 treated planks, 1,500 gears. Gears we're close to. We already stored them up to 1,200. The others are going to be harder because they require the tinier storages. We need to create like a little storage zone for these guys. Get a little storage going here. Like so. And we can use a 2 high here. Swivel up and up. Across. Across. And this one here is going to be metal. Copy paste. And this one here is going to be treated planks. Copy paste. It's not the large storage that we need, you know, thousands thereof, but it's a good amount to go for now. So we'll take it. It's a good amount for the moment, so we'll just allow us to keep on producing them constantly. We can build more infrastructure to build more of them later, but we're going to need those for this final monument. That's what we're going to need. And then for this guy, how big is this guy? Can I slide? Oh, I cannot slide him here. And with how big he is, I can kind of put him anywhere. Yeah, we can put him up here. We'll put it right there. 2 off. Okay, one more. Wrong click. And just like that. So we'll put it right here. And then, you know, it's a long haul to bring them all over, but it's fine. It's fine. We'll get it over. The main thing is just making the material. It's going to take longer than hauling it. Yeah, we'll let them work on that. This is all logs and planks. We have plenty of. It's the treated planks, the metal, and the gears. Right, so now that we have all these online, at night we are at 100. Yeah, at night we're okay. We have to refill these. We're essentially at 100. Tube to help with hauling speed. I would, but it requires metal, so I don't want to use tubes. Tubes require metal. Unless we have 2,000 metal blocks lying around, and we're only prepping for storage for 360 of them, mind you. Like, we're gonna need so much more storage otherwise. So one of the things that I'm not a huge fan of with the Iron Teeth is that the largest industrial pile they have is only 180, as opposed to the Folktail, which is 1,000. You just need a lot more storage set up because of it. But the large warehouse here is great, 1,200, but the others, not so much. So it is unfortunate. But we're at least getting things prepped here. Meanwhile, again, it looks like we're past halfway now, because it was 29 days. We've gone down about 1.1, or about 1 meter. We've lost about 1 meter during that time. Our water is still solid. We're still pumping water. This is what we are still pulling out of the aquifer here. All that's left is that leftover bad water that got pushed down here. So we are still pumping a little bit of clean water out of it. But eventually there's only going to be bad water left there. When that happens, we will start decreasing in our water storage, but I'm not too worried. Honestly, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Yeah. Let's just keep going. In the meantime, though, we have definitely gone past our normal stream time. We're going to go ahead and end here. I'll go and save the game. Save it. Perfect. So when we come back next time, we can just jump right back in. The last things I think we're going to be doing on here is we're going to get enough research. We just need another 9,000 research for the last monument. And then we just need to build the monument. And while we're doing those two last things, then we also have to fire the monument, which also requires who knows what amount of resources. So it's going to be at least one more full stream of us working on this. And hopefully nothing breaks while we're doing it. But I do want to go and revamp the water system in the reservoir as well. So we have even more water storage down there now that we've got the bad tide under control. I think I'm going to go and try and see if we can further expand how much is stored there, just so we don't have to worry about it as much, right? And then the beaver wars begin. Well, I mean, we're essentially, it looks like we're building a massive slingshot or catapult or something, so, or a ballista. So we'll see about that, Trizak. Get the big old ballista online and see what happens with the beaver wars. But thanks for hanging out, everyone. I really appreciate it. Not sure if we'll be streaming tomorrow, as again, tomorrow is Friday and it's not part of our standard schedule. Worst case scenario, I'll see you all on Monday again, same time. But yeah. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, evening, or night, wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you all next time for some more fun and games. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.